Chapter 735. Staring at the palace full of corpses, Lin Tian's eyes glowed. He could clearly sense that the spirit qi he had sensed earlier was coming from the palace. The whooshing crocodile naturally sensed it too. It stared straight ahead, stretched out a claw, and said, "Boy, charge!" Lin Tian nodded. Since he had already found his way here, he naturally could not retreat. He adjusted his breathing slightly and carefully approached the palace. Soon he arrived in front of the palace. Looking at it from a close distance, the corpses were even denser, scattered all around the palace. There were corpses in every corner of the palace, and they all emitted a very strong rotten smell. "There are so many of them," the whooshing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian glanced around and walked forward. He came to the door of the palace. The door was made of bronze, and there were many rust stains on it. He walked closer and used a little force. With a soft creak, the bronze door slowly opened. Suddenly, a rotten and moldy smell hit him in the face. Lin Tian put up a divine power light screen to block this smell. He waited for a dozen breaths to pass before he stepped into the palace. The interior of the palace was a little dim, and there was a huge circular corridor at the outer edge. It seemed to encircle the entire interior of the palace. At a glance, he saw a huge original stone pillar standing in the middle of the corridor. A stone pillar in a corridor like this? He was slightly surprised. It was not strange to have a stone pillar in a corridor. Usually, they would be erected on both sides of the corridor. But now, in this palace, a stone pillar was erected in the middle of the corridor. Not only did it look a little strange, but it would also affect normal traffic. This made him feel very strange. It was the first time he had seen a building like this. It was reasonable to say that it was inappropriate. The whooshing crocodile curled its lips. "Why do you care how this stone pillar was erected? The previous palace master might have liked this style." Lin Tian was too lazy to bother with it. He walked to the stone pillar and found that the stone pillar was densely engraved with patterns. Most of them were birds, beasts, flowers, and so on. There was nothing special about it. He was a bit curious and placed his hand on the stone pillar. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with a strange light. "This is—" Staring at the stone pillar, his eyes flickered. Whooshing crocodile looked down and asked, "What's wrong? What did you find?" "Nothing," Lin Tian said. Whooshing crocodile looked at him suspiciously, but didn't think too much about it. He urged, "Don't look at this broken pillar anymore. It's more important to find the source of that spiritual energy. Now that we've discovered this place, I reckon that it won't be long before other cultivators find this place as well. Right now, we've seized the initiative, so don't waste this opportunity." Lin Tian nodded and removed his hand from the stone pillar. He glanced at the stone pillar one last time before walking further into the palace. He didn't walk around the circular corridor, but walked in a straight line. Not long after, rooms and lofts appeared in front of him. Almost all of them were very spacious. The palace was very dark and deathly silent. Walking in here, his footsteps were particularly ear-piercing. Suddenly, a gloomy aura attacked from the darkness, like a sharp sword in the darkness. It was very frightening. Lin Tian condensed a light, sort of divine power in his hand. Golden divine light illuminated the surroundings, illuminating a monkey-like demon spirit. Its fangs were more than 2 inches long, and its eyes were as black as ink. The sword in Lin Tian's hand trembled, and the sword light shot out, directly slashing at the demon spirit. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew out. Lin Tian was a bit surprised by this. He was shocked by the demon spirit's physique. One had to know that although his sword strike was very casual, it definitely wouldn't be a problem to kill an ordinary early-stage cultivator. However, this demon spirit perfectly blocked it. The demon spirit let out a strange cry and viciously pounced toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his left hand and directly smashed down with a fist. This time, the demon spirit couldn't block it. It was directly smashed into pieces by the fist, and blood splattered all over the ground. After a slight glance, Lin Tian continued to move forward. Then he stopped. The palace was still dark. At this time, pairs of blood-red and demonic green eyes lit up. Waves of incomparably cold aura swept around, as if they had arrived at a bottomless ice abyss. Damn, so many demons. Whooshing crocodiles stared. There are so many corpses outside. Do you think the inside of this palace will be a good place? Lin Tian said. Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. Of course, Grandpa Crocodile knows that this place is not a good place. I just didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. This palace was very big, and Lin Tiankai were at the edge of the palace. Even at the edge, there were so many ghosts and monsters. Based on this, one could imagine that the closer they got to the depths of the palace, the more terrifying the evil ghosts and monsters would be. It was possible that there would be ghosts and monsters comparable to Wujin realm experts that would jump out. Damn it, Grandpa Crocodile really doesn't want to be chased anymore. It cursed. Lin Tian ignored it directly and stepped into the depths of the palace. This palace was dark, and the yin qi was thicker. However, he could still sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy. He directly followed this fluctuation of spiritual energy and walked down with steady steps. Kid, there are so many pairs of demonic eyes staring at you. Can you at least respect others and treat them as air? Whooshing crocodile teased. Almost at the moment its words fell, many evil ghosts and demons rushed over, bringing with them a whooshing sound. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He propped up the yin-yang lotus sea, and the black and white lotus petals swept in all directions. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams resounded through the space. Puff, puff, puff. In the face of Lin Tian's sea of knowledge phenomenon, although these evil ghosts and demons were powerful, they couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, all the ghosts and demons that rushed over were crushed by the yin-yang lotus sea. Whooshing crocodile was moved. Kid, your sea of knowledge phenomenon can kill Wujin realm powerhouses, spiritual incarnations, and restrain ghosts. It's really extraordinary. Although it was only at the sea of consciousness stage now, it was in existence at the peak of the nirvana stage back then. It had seen many sea of consciousness anomalies before. However, it was the first time it had seen such a powerful sea of consciousness anomaly like Lin Tian's. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The divine light, sword in his hand, illuminated the surroundings. He continued to follow the fluctuation of spiritual energy and continued to walk deeper into the palace. Gradually, as he walked deeper into the palace, the aura of death in the air became thicker. At the same time, an extremely terrifying demonic aura lingered around him, causing him to be slightly shocked. There was actually a demonic aura here. He paused for a moment and continued to walk forward, appearing to be more careful. After that, he encountered many evil ghosts and demons in the dark palace. The most powerful one was a ghost of the Great Path realm. However, in the end, he relied on the sea of knowledge phenomenon to force his way through. He followed the fluctuation of spiritual energy and arrived in front of a huge stone room. As far as the eye could see, the stone door of the stone room was slightly ajar. A strong aura of death was emitted from within. There was also an astonishing demonic aura, as well as a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. There were many corpses outside the stone room. Lin Tian appeared to be very cautious. He approached cautiously, and together with Whooshing Crocodile, they looked through the gap in the stone door. Immediately, the man and Crocodile trembled, and their expressions changed. Looking through the gap, the stone room was about 100 square meters. It was filled with corpses, and it was extremely frightening. At the end of the room, there was a huge crystal pillar that was 10 feet tall. Even 3 adults wouldn't be able to encircle it. This crystal pillar exuded an extremely shocking amount of spiritual energy. It was entangled by iron chains, and a middle-aged man was sealed inside the crystal pillar. The middle-aged man's hair was messy, and there were wisps of black gas lingering around his body. He exuded a terrifying demonic aura, causing Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile to tremble slightly. Vaguely, the man and crocodile saw a hideous scene. In it, cultivators were howling miserably. Mists of blood exploded one after another. It was like a scene from the depths of hell. For a moment, the man and crocodile were stunned. Their eyes were sometimes clear, sometimes ruthless, and sometimes dim. In the end, they gradually became turbid. Buzz. At this moment, in Lin Tian's sea of knowledge, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed, releasing wisps of black and white light. Immediately, Lin Tianyi trembled and recovered from his daze. Cold sweat instantly flowed down his forehead. He hurriedly circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to stabilize his mind. At the same time, he grabbed the Wuxing Crocodile above his head and slapped it twice. Feeling the pain, the Wuxing Crocodile recovered from his daze. The look in his eyes instantly changed as he shrank his neck. Lin Tian stared in the direction of the stone room with obvious fear. Just now, when he stared at the middle-aged man in the crystal pillar in the stone room, he and the Wuxing Crocodile had both been tricked. They had fallen into a terrifying illusion and almost caused their own lives to be destroyed. At that time, if it weren't for the yin-yang lotus sea protecting his body and allowing him to recover, he and the Wuxing Crocodile might have died outside the stone room. That middle-aged man, he was a little shocked. He was sure that the illusion that he and the Wuxing Crocodile had created was because of the middle-aged man sealed in the crystal pillar. This surprised him. One had to know that he was in the immortal ascension realm. But now, just by looking at the middle-aged man, he had created a terrifying illusion that was enough to destroy his own life force. This was enough to show that the middle-aged man sealed in the crystal pillar was very dangerous. The Wuxing Crocodile swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath. Finally, he clenched his claws, and some excitement appeared in his eyes. "Kid, let's not talk about the middle-aged man first. Do you see that crystal pillar? The crystal pillar that sealed the middle-aged man is the immortal Lingjing. It's something of a higher level than the Lingjing. The spiritual qi it contains, whether in terms of purity or quality, is shockingly high. It's not something an ordinary Lingjing can compare to. In that stone room, other than the huge immortal Lingjing in the crystal pillar, there are many other immortal Lingjing fragments. Just those immortal Lingjing fragments alone are a huge treasure." Chapter 736. Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian immediately withdrew his thoughts from the middle-aged man in the immortal Lingjing and focused on the immortal Lingjing fragments in the stone room. Looking at them, the fragments were not small in size. Although the combined weight was not comparable to the immortal Lingjing pillar that sealed the middle-aged man, it was still a few hundred kilograms. It was comparable to millions of kilograms of immortal Lingjing. Just these immortal Lingjing fragments alone were enough to be called a divine treasure. After refining and absorbing these immortal Lingjing fragments, Lord Crocodile will be able to enter the immortal connecting realm in the blink of an eye. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He had obtained a blood Kirin fruit before. If he could refine and absorb the power of the blood Kirin fruit with the help of the immortal spirit crystal fragments here, he would definitely be able to absorb the power of the blood Kirin fruit perfectly and increase his cultivation base even more. He took a deep breath and said to Wuxing Crocodile, "Protect your mind. Now, stay on top of my head and don't move." After saying that, he moved his mind and activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. At the same time, he propped up the yin-yang lotus sea and carefully stepped into the stone room. The middle-aged man sealed in the immortal Lingjing pillar at the end of the stone room was very unusual. Just now, he and Wuxing Crocodile had a close shave. At this time, entering the stone room, he naturally had to be very cautious. He could not be the slightest bit careless. Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew this. He quickly activated his demon Dao, mental cultivation method and cooperated with Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus, sea, to protect his mind. This time he could feel the cold, demonic aura, but his mind was not affected. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian stepped into the stone room. Within the stone room, the aura of death was very strong. The yin energy was astonishing, and there were densely packed corpses. The people who died inside and outside the stone room should have also taken a fancy to the immortal Lingjing in the stone room. Some of them died fighting each other, while others were affected by the middle-aged man sealed in the immortal Lingjing pillar and fell into an illusion and died. Thinking about it, everyone who came close to this place should have all died here. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. That should be the case. He looked outside the stone room and waved his right hand. A gust of sword wind swept away the corpses outside the stone room and scattered them all over the corridor. Then he closed the door of the stone room from the inside. After that, he raised his right hand slightly and carved a sealing formation on the stone door to isolate the aura and sound in the stone room to prevent the cultivators who came later from discovering them. Buzz. Faint silver soul light flashed. Very soon, he engraved 3 sealing formation runes on the stone door. After that, even ordinary great Tao realm experts would find it very hard to discover what was happening in the stone room. They wouldn't be able to hear the sounds inside the stone room. Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. Brat, you can actually draw formation patterns with your bare hands, and you're a 6th tier array manipulator or above. I've cultivated a little. Lin Tiandao turned around and looked toward the end of the stone room. He walked forward and soon arrived in front of the immortal Lingjing pillar. Looking at the immortal Lingjing pillar from a close distance, he could clearly see that the iron chains binding it were engraved with dense patterns. They seemed to be some kind of suppressive runes. Looking inside the immortal Lingjing pillar, he saw that the middle-aged man had disheveled hair. Specks of black light interweaved on the surface of his body. He had a terrifying demonic aura, which made people feel intimidated at first glance. This person is at the early stage of Nirvana realm. He has completely demonized, Wuxing Crocodile said. No wonder he can create illusions. Lin Tian sized up the surroundings. In the end, his gaze landed on the middle-aged man again. He frowned slightly. It seems that he is not being suppressed here by others. Instead, it seems that he has sealed himself in the immortal Lingjing. At this moment, he was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra while supporting the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea avatar. He was not affected by the demonized, middle-aged man. Wuxing Crocodile also sized up the surroundings. That seems to be the case. From a bystander's point of view, the middle-aged man was sealed in the immortal spirit crystal. Everything was very calm, and there were no signs that he had been suppressed by someone else. Perhaps when he was demonized, he suppressed himself in this place to prevent himself from harming other living beings. He is the owner of this palace? Lin Tian frowned slightly. I don't know. Wuxing Crocodile shook his head. Lin Tian pondered slightly, staring at the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that sealed the middle-aged man. Suddenly his eyes flashed. With a buzz, he took out the black azure cauldron and slowly moved it toward the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar in front of him. Wuxing Crocodile was taken aback. Kid, what are you doing? Put him away. Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile almost bit him directly. Don't mess around. This person has already been demonized and lost himself. Why are you putting him away? If you accidentally break the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar and let him escape from inside, it will cause a disaster on the spot. It's not a joke. Wuxing Crocodile said, if it was in the past, your Grandpa Crocodile could suppress him with a raise of my hand. But now, Grandpa Crocodile's cultivation is gone. If he jumps out, we can't stop him. Moreover, ordinary containers can't withstand the demonic power emitted by him through the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar. They will be shattered directly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Tiandao. He seemed to be very careful. Moreover, the black azure cauldron he took out was not ordinary. It was left by the master apothecary. Although it had no attack power, it was extremely sturdy. He believed that even a peak Nirvana realm expert might not be able to break this cauldron. He moved the cauldron carefully under Wuxing Crocodile's widened eyes. He took the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that sealed the middle-aged man into the cauldron. Then he closed the cauldron lid. After thinking about it, he applied a layer of 4-symbol seal on it. Wuxing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. "Kid, take it easy. If something goes wrong, it will be really bad. Don't worry." Lin Tiandao. His eyes flashed. He used the black azure cauldron to carry the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that sealed the middle-aged man. If he encountered a great crisis in the future, he would directly release the middle-aged man inside. At that time, even a Wuxin realm expert would not be able to survive. Taking a deep breath, he carefully put the black azure cauldron into the stone ring. Then he looked at the other immortal Lingjing fragments. Seeing that Lin Tian put away the immortal Lingjing crystal pillar that sealed the demonic middle-aged man without any accident, Wuxing Crocodile also relaxed. Then his eyes fell on the immortal Lingjing fragments, like Lin Tianyi. His eyes lit up. "Speaking of which, when you cultivate later, you should pay attention. Don't rush into the mortal realm directly. It will lead to heaven's retribution." Lin Tian reminded Wuxing Crocodile. Relying on the immortal Lingjing here to cultivate, Wuxing Crocodile could enter the immortal realm very quickly. However, when entering the immortal realm, it would lead to heaven's retribution. Obviously, it was not a wise choice to undergo heaven's retribution here. Wuxing Crocodile heard this and glared. "Damn it, if you didn't mention it, Master Crocodile would have forgotten about this." As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Tian angrily. "You jinx, because of you, Master Crocodile has to suffer heaven's retribution again. Damn it, when I went through the immortal realm retribution last time, I almost burned Master Crocodile. I hashtag yen." Lin Tian was too lazy to reply. He gathered all the immortal Lingjing fragments together with his divine power and sat down next to it. He roughly estimated that these immortal Lingjing fragments weighed 300 caddies, which was equivalent to 3 million caddies of ordinary Lingjing. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and jumped to the side. It directly activated its demon clan's cultivation method and began to absorb the spiritual power contained in the immortal Lingjing. Immediately, in the blink of an eye, its aura began to rise rapidly. Lin Tian glanced at it and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. Golden divine light suddenly penetrated his body and intertwined on the surface of his body. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra, and the divine power in his body circulated rhythmically. Soon his essence, chi, and spirit reached the peak level. At this moment, he shook his right hand and took out a fist-sized, blood-colored fruit. As soon as this fruit appeared, a strong fruity fragrance floated around. Wuxing Crocodile, who was cultivating at the side, could not help but look over. "Good stuff." Its eyes lit up. Lin Tian glanced at it and swallowed the blood-Kirin fruit. Then he activated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster, refining a blood-colored light mist. This light mist was the magical power contained in the blood-Kirin fruit. He calmed his mind and concentrated, activating the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual power of the immortal Lingjing. Together with the magical power of the blood-Kirin fruit, he integrated it into his flesh and blood, helping to condense his divine power and build his physical body. He could see that the immortal spirit crystal fragments around him were slowly melting, turning into rays of light that engulfed him, like a small river that was about to drown him. For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body became stronger, and the aura he emitted became stronger little by little. "You're really serious?" Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips, then turned its head and activated its demon clan's cultivation method again. It began to quickly absorb the spiritual power of the immortal Lingjing next to it. Grandpa Crocodile continued too. Suddenly, the aura it emitted rose again, and a bright demonic light flickered outside its body. However, in comparison, the golden light emitted from Lin Tian's body was undoubtedly stronger. It directly overshadowed the demonic light outside Wuxing Crocodile's body. At this moment, activating the Sun Heart Sutra, Lin Tian seriously refined and absorbed the power of the blood Kirin fruit, using it to temper his divine power. At the same time, he used the divine power to build his immortal ascension body. His aura was slowly becoming stronger. Suddenly, the sacred egg next to his life source jumped slightly, and the patterns on its surface lit up. It began to absorb the immortal Lingjing's spiritual power with him. Vaguely, Lin Tian heard a happy squeak, as if a child had received candy. It was very satisfied and happy. Lin Tian glanced at it with his divine consciousness, smiled slightly and didn't care. He allowed the sacred egg to absorb the surrounding immortal Lingjing's spiritual power. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to this sacred egg and the unborn little guy in the sacred egg. Otherwise, he and Wuxing Crocodile would have died in the hands of the two celestial ghosts. He took a deep breath and intertwined his divine consciousness in his body. He was more serious about tempering his divine power and building his physical body with it. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. Boom! Chapter 737. After stepping into the 4th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm, Lin Tian's eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of light. He used his divine consciousness to look inside and could clearly see that his flesh and blood had become even more crystalline. The divine power in his body was rolling like the Yellow River, roaring like a divine dragon. Great, he said to himself. He used his divine consciousness to scan his body again. There was still a lot of blood Kirin fruits, magical power in his body. There was also some immortal Lingjing left. He continued to run the Sun Heart Sutra and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. He seriously tempered his divine power and strengthened his body at the same time. Buzz! With the tempering of his divine power and the strengthening of his body, the golden divine light outside his body became even brighter and more dazzling. At the same time, next to his life force, the divine egg was also jumping slightly. It seemed to be very happy. Immortal Lingjing Qi quickly rushed over and surrounded it. Time passed quickly. Lin Tian slowed down his cultivation speed a lot. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Boom! On this day, the stone room faintly shook, and an oppressive aura instantly shrouded the stone room. Lin Tian was awakened. Naturally, he knew that this oppressive aura was the precursor of the heavenly tribulation. He immediately looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Don't worry, Lord Crocodile will suppress it immediately, Wuxing Crocodile said. After absorbing immortal Lingjing's spirit qi and cultivating for 3 days, Wuxing Crocodile directly crossed from the Sea of Consciousness realm to the peak of the Airborne realm. It was just about to reach the Immortal Ascension realm. The Great Path sensed it and was about to send down the Immortal Ascension tribulation. It took a deep breath, and a demonic light flashed outside its body. In an instant, it stabilized its realm and stopped rushing to the Immortal Ascension realm. It stopped at the peak of the 9th tier of the Airborne realm. Suddenly, the oppressive aura slowly disappeared. Okay, it said. After reaching the peak of the Airborne realm, the aura on its body had obviously become stronger. Lin Tian nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Buzz! Faint golden light intertwined outside his body. He silently ran the Sun Heart Sutra and calmly cultivated. His mind was empty. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes again. The blood Kirin fruits, strange power in his body, had already been completely refined. The immortal Lingjing fragments here had also been completely consumed. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, stood up and slightly stretched his body. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him. You're almost at the peak of the 4th level of the connecting immortal realm. Not bad. You're not bad yourself. From the Sea of Consciousness realm, you directly reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tiandao, whooshing crocodile's face suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why do I feel like you are insulting the crocodile?" It was originally at the peak of the Nirvana realm, but now it had fallen to the spiritual sea realm. From the spiritual sea realm to the 9th level of the airborne realm, it was indeed a good harvest. However, when Lin Tian said it like this, it felt uncomfortable and wanted to bang its head against the wall. Lin Tian glanced at whooshing crocodile and was too lazy to say anything else. He used his divine will to scan his body. Now his cultivation was almost at the peak of the 4th level of the connecting immortal realm. He was not far away from the 5th level of the connecting immortal realm. His divine power had become more vigorous, and his physique had become more crystal clear and sturdy. He scanned with his divine will and suddenly heard a joyful squeak. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw that next to his life origin, the patterns on the divine egg had become brighter. The light seemed very sacred. He smiled slightly. He did not know if the little guy in the divine egg could hear it. He said, "A few more times of this spiritual energy, and you will be able to come out." Buzz! On the surface of the divine egg, the patterns became brighter. They flashed, and the squeak became clearer. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Then he smiled faintly. The little guy in the divine egg had not been born yet, but it could hear his words. The patterns on the divine egg gradually quieted down. The little guy inside seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It was really like a baby in swaddling clothes. Lin Tian smiled and retracted his divine will. He said to whooshing crocodile, "Let's go." Whooshing crocodile howled. Its monster body shrunk, and it lay on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian came to the door of the stone room and scanned the outside with his divine will. When he saw that there was no one nearby, he erased the ceiling formation patterns, pushed open the stone door, and walked out. He turned his head and glanced at the corridor. The corpses that he had messed up before were a lot more messy. Obviously, cultivators had passed by outside the stone room these days. Other cultivators have entered this palace. Who cares if other people have come in or not? Anyway, we have already gotten the treasure here. Let's just leave. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian did not move, but a faint light flickered in his eyes. "Don't worry," he said. "This place is not as simple as you think." "What do you mean?" Whooshing crocodile was stunned. At this moment, noises came from afar. Some cultivators were approaching this place. "I heard that this palace used to be a super holy land in this heaven. It was the kind of force that really looked down on this heaven. It was called the number 1 in the 4th heaven." "That's true. I heard about it too. It is said that the Holy Land was extremely glorious at that time. There were more than 10 enlightenment powerhouses in the sect. Later, the Holy Land found a source vein that had turned into a spirit, so they refined the main palace of the Holy Land into a magic treasure and led it to suppress the source vein. They wanted to incorporate it into the Holy Land to strengthen their foundation. But in the end, it was destroyed by the source vein that had turned into a spirit." What about the source vein that had turned into a spirit? Some older generation powerhouses said that although the Holy Land was destroyed, the source vein should not have gained any benefits. It is very likely that it is still in this palace. Moreover, its consciousness should have been destroyed by the Holy Land. It's a pure source vein. A group of cultivators walked into the depths of the palace from another fork in the road with surprise. Lin Tian stood in front of the stone door, looking at the group of cultivators in the distance who walked into the depths of the palace from another road. He did not say anything, but his brows furrowed slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Above his head, whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. A source vein that has turned into a spirit is not simple. It's very powerful. A holy land wants to suppress a source vein that has turned into a spirit as its foundation. They are really bold. It's very normal. A source vein that has turned into a spirit is comparable to 5 ordinary source veins. It can be comparable to 50,000 flawless, immortal veins. If we can obtain it, the benefits will be unimaginable. Lin Tian said, "In this world, the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth could form spiritual veins. It had unimaginable benefits for cultivation, alchemy, weapon refinement, and so on. For a sex inheritance, the existence of spiritual veins was crucial. Above the spiritual veins, there were immortal veins, source veins, divine veins, and ancestral dragon veins. Among them, the ancestral dragon veins were the most vast. It was the foundation of a great world. In this world, only extremely powerful chaotic realm members would dare to touch the ancestral dragon veins. Source veins were higher than spiritual veins and immortal veins. The value of an ordinary source vein was already shocking. It could be comparable to more than 10,000 flawless, immortal veins. As for a source vein that had turned into a spirit, it was even more shocking. It could be comparable to 5 ordinary source veins. How vast would 50,000 flawless, immortal veins be? How great would the benefits be if one obtained it? It was a saint treasury. As such, the temptation of a source vein that had turned into a spirit was naturally huge. Of course, once the source vein turned into a spirit and developed its own consciousness, it would be very terrifying, and its means would be terrifying. A cultivator at the peak of enlightenment realm wouldn't be a match for a source vein that had turned into a spirit. That sacred ground is really bold. Whooshing Crocodile shook its head repeatedly. Suddenly it was shocked. It lowered its head and looked at Lin Tian. It said, "Kid, the middle-aged man that you kept in the stone room before, could it be that the source vein had turned into a human? Didn't I say that the middle-aged man suppressed himself there? Moreover, he was a pure human. He wasn't the human form of another race. Lin Tian Dao." "That's right. Lord Crocodile forgot." Whooshing Crocodile nodded. "Moreover, even if the source vein had turned into a spirit, it would only be invincible under the Nirvana realm. It couldn't be directly comparable to a Nirvana realm expert." After a pause, it had some doubts. "Then that middle-aged man was from the sacred ground back then? However, that doesn't seem right. That middle-aged man had strength comparable to an initial Nirvana realm expert. If he was really from that sacred ground, he should have been able to easily suppress the source vein back then. That sacred ground was in the ancient times. It had been 10,000 years since then. In this regard, it didn't think about how the middle-aged man could live for so long if he was from that sacred ground back then. That was because the middle-aged man was at the Nirvana realm. A Nirvana realm expert could live for at least 50,000 years. The ancient times were only 10,000 years away from the current era. Lin Tian thought for a moment and finally shook his head. This question was indeed a little troublesome to think about. He couldn't figure it out. "Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go to the center of the palace and take a look," he said. Whooshing Crocodile naturally had no objections. Lin Tian stepped on the passage outside the stone room and headed deeper into the palace. Walking in the palace, the surroundings were still pitch black. However, now that he had stepped into the 4th layer of the Immortal Ascension realm, his eyesight had become stronger. Even in a dim environment, he could see very far. In the distance, a ferocious ghost pounced over. Even from afar, it brought with it a sinister wind that was as cold as ice. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out. Golden divine power pulsed and pulverized the ghost into pieces. More ghosts and evil spirits pounced over from all directions. Pairs of red and green eyes swayed in the darkness. Ghost bodies intertwined with black in qi shuttled back and forth in the surroundings. It was like 100 ghosts were marching in the night, causing one's scalp to go numb. Lin Tian was very calm. A divine light sword condensed in his right hand. The divine power unique to the Sun Heart Sutra intertwined and shot out in all directions. Like a rain of swords, it swept across the land and cut all the ghosts and evil spirits into pieces. Later on, as he walked, some of the ghosts and evil spirits instinctively felt fear and no longer dared to attack him. Walking in the dim palace, his steps were very gentle. After walking for an unknown distance, he suddenly stopped and tilted his head to look to the right. At the end of the corridor on the right, he saw another stone pillar. It was engraved with all kinds of birds, beasts, flowers, and other patterns. It was still sitting in the middle of the circular corridor. Chapter 738. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the stone pillar, and there was a strange light in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian shook his head, looked away from the pillar, and walked deeper into the palace. The path he took was relatively straight, and there were no twists and turns in the middle. Ah! Screams came from further ahead, and blood-red, ghost eyes flashed in the darkness. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he didn't care. His steps were steady. He held a golden light sword in his hand, condensed by divine power. It flashed with a faint golden light in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. The ghosts in the darkness seemed to know how terrifying he was, and they didn't dare to approach him. Boom! In front of him, a strong wave of divine power surged, bringing with it a shocking hurricane. A young man walked past. Almost at the same time, in another direction, two women were walking together. A moving melody drifted through the air, and specks of snowy light flashed past, repelling all of the ghosts that pounced forward. They were also walking towards the depths of the palace. Dong! On the far left, a 3-meter-tall giant stepped forward, holding a stone axe. He slashed down with the axe, shattering a few demons, and shook the surface of the palace. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The Wind Clan Saint-Child, the Sound Clan Saint-Child, the Snow Clan Saint-Child, and the Giant Clan Saint-Child had all come down. These little guys are not bad. Their combat strength is not bad. Wuxing Crocodile commented. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He held the divine light sword in his hand and walked toward the center of the palace. Along the way, he saw many cultivators rushing toward the innermost part of the palace. Then screams sounded. Many cultivators lost their lives to the demons and ghosts in the palace. He walked forward. Gradually, there was some light in front of him, and the air was no longer gloomy. It became fresh. After traveling for some distance, a large mountain depression appeared in front of them. Strange plants grew in it, and there were all kinds of strange flowers. There was even a medicinal fragrance that spread out and interweaved in this space. 300-year-old knotweed. That's a 700-year-old beauty stopping flower. That's a 900-year-old immortal tempering grass. Many cultivators entered this place, and many of them exclaimed in surprise. As far as the eye could see, all kinds of precious medicines were growing very well in this space that was like a valley. It could even be said that immortals were devouring their stamens. This Wuxing Crocodile was surprised to think that there would be such a place in such a gloomy death hall. A strange light flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he stepped inside. Some cultivators were shocked to see him enter this place. Even the Giant Saint-Child and the Wind Saint-Child's eyes flickered. However, in next to no time, these cultivators weren't surprised anymore. Their gazes descended onto the numerous stalks of treasured medicines in this space, and they acted in unison and started to fight over them, directly opening up a great competition. Pooh! Blood splashed out. Someone had just plucked a stalk of treasure grass that could refine true yuan when his head was chopped off and the treasure grass in his hand was snatched away. Ah! Blood-curdling screams rang out in this space, and all kinds of supernatural powers and martial techniques swept across this space. Among them, the Giant Saint-Child and the others were undoubtedly the fastest. In the blink of an eye, the Giant Saint-Child had obtained a stalk of 1,000-year sky stamen grass, which was also very useful for refining divine power. The Sound Saint-Child and the Snow Saint-Child each took a stalk of ageless flower, smiling. For women like them, The ageless flower was undoubtedly far more attractive than other treasured medicines. The wind saint child strode over, bringing a gust of wind with him, shaking off several cultivators and obtaining 1,000-year body, tempering spiritual root. Kid, let's go too. Whooshing crocodile urged. Lin Tian nodded. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he saw a precious medicine that could be used to refine a 7th-grade baodan. He directly moved over and took it in his hand. Then his silhouette moved quickly, and he obtained one extraordinary treasure herb after another in this space. These treasured herbs had been growing for a long time, and the medicinal power they contained was also very astonishing. In just a few dozen breaths, he had obtained several treasured herbs that could be used to refine some special pills. They could not be found in the outside world, even if one paid a sky-high price. Ah, that's mine. I saw it first. The treasured medicines here were extraordinary, so the competition was naturally very fierce. In the blink of an eye, many cultivators died in the hands of others. Soon, all the treasured medicines here were dug up, and some of the newly born seedlings were snatched away. There were many corpses on the ground, but no cultivators cared. Many people's eyes were intertwined with light as they began to look around. It said that the source vein is in this palace. We must find it, someone whispered. This area, which was similar to a mountain valley, was very large. Many cultivators were on guard against others while searching their surroundings. Kid, hurry up and find it too. The value of an source vein is shocking. Whooshing crocodile said. I know. Lin Tiandao. In this place, if one were to say who understood source veins the most, it would undoubtedly be him. He controlled the complete dragon burial scripture. He stood in place and did not move, appearing very quiet. However, dragon patterns intertwined under his feet and spread out in all directions. If you know, then move. Why are you standing there like a block of wood? Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tiandao did not respond. The dragon patterns sank into the ground one by one, extending into the dark underground space. Suddenly his expression changed. The dragon patterns extended over. About 100 feet below the palace, he saw densely packed skeletons. There were several times more skeletons than the skeletons outside the palace. Then, at the same time, not far from these dense skeletons, he saw some bright spots of light. They were like fireflies, overflowing with spiritual energy. That is, his eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! Suddenly a loud explosion sounded. More than a dozen powerful fluctuations spread out and entered this space in the blink of an eye. There were dozens of figures, and each of them had an extremely shocking aura. There were Tao law fluctuations spreading out. This is a great Tao realm expert of the insect race. There are also experts from the ant race among them. There are also great Tao realm experts from the dark shadow race and the bone race. A great Tao realm expert from the blood wolf race has also come. There are also experts from the witch race. Many cultivators were shocked. They all stopped and looked at the dozen or so figures who had rushed here. The dozen or so figures who rushed out were all very powerful. Their gazes swept over and instantly fell on Lin Tiandao. Little bastard. He is really still here. He is really still here. Someone gritted his teeth, his face full of killing intent. Lin Tiandao looked up. The dozen or so people who had rushed here were all great Tao realm experts. There were 4 from the insect race, 2 from the ant race, 2 from the dark shadow race, 2 from the blood wolf race, 2 from the bone race, and 2 from the witch race. There were a total of 14 people, and their auras were all very powerful. Kid, are these your enemies? Whooshing crocodile glared at him. Kid, you are really quite capable. You are only at the immortal connecting realm. But you have actually provoked so many great Tao realm cultivators alone. This is really unprecedented. It's not a big deal. I just killed their saint and massacred dozens of branch tribes of a certain race. Lin Tiandao was very calm. Whooshing Crocodile opened its mouth and said, "It's one thing to kill the saint, but you actually massacred dozens of branch tribes of a certain race? What kind of deep hatred do you have?" Lin Tiandao didn't hide anything from it. He stared at the four great Dao realm experts of the insect race coldly and emotionlessly and told it about what had happened in the small village. Whooshing Crocodile instantly raised its eyebrows and cursed. "Damn it! How can you be so inhumane? F***CK. Although Lord Crocodile isn't a good crocodile, I definitely wouldn't do such a cruel thing. Damn it." Lin Tiandao didn't say anything else. His emotionless gaze swept past the four great Dao realm experts of the insect race. His gaze landed on the few great Dao realm experts of the blood wolf race and the sorcerer race. The other great races had been chasing after him all this time. He didn't find it strange that great Dao realm experts would come at this time. However, why did these two races also send great Dao realm experts? Had the news of him killing the young paragon of the blood wolf race and the saint of the sorcerer race already reached the ears of these two great races? Did the bone race already know that he had killed their holy son? Wasn't this news spreading a little too quickly? Humph! A cold snort sounded. A tall and big man with one arm bare walked out from the other side. Behind him were two similarly tall figures. They were also two great Dao realm experts. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and looked over. Instantly his gaze turned cold. That little bastard from the stone race. The whooshing Crocodile glared at him. The tall and big man with one arm bare was the saint of the stone god race. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his eyes were cold and ferocious. His gaze landed on Lin Tiandao. "I knew that you should still be in this underground space. I deliberately lured them here." He stared at Lin Tiandao with a ferocious gaze. "Don't worry. They will leave you alive. Then I will kill you." The saint of the stone god race stood at the side, revealing a ferocious expression. In this place, the group of cultivators looked at the saint of the stone god race. Many of them were moved. Not long ago, these people heard the rumors that the saint of the stone god race fought with Lin Tiani and was ultimately defeated. The saint of the bone race and the sorcerer race were killed in that battle. However, they didn't expect the saint of the stone god race to come back with a group of great Dao realm experts. How lowly! How can someone like him become the saint of a race? The whooshing Crocodile cursed. Lin Tiani didn't say anything, but there was disdain in his eyes. The saint of the stone god race didn't care about such a gaze at all. There was only ferociousness and killing intent in his eyes. Boom! A loud bang sounded. Other than the two great Dao realm experts from the stone god race who were still standing behind the saint of the stone god race, the other great Dao realm experts from the other races all moved. They stepped out together, and a vast killing intent directly enveloped Lin Tiani. "Today, I will definitely make you suffer the pain of purgatory." A great Dao realm expert from the insect race had a face full of killing intent. "Damn you!" The two great Dao realm experts from the bone race were furious. Some time ago, only a few half-step great Dao realm experts from their race had been killed. But now, their saint had also died in Lin Tiani's hands. This loss was too great. With the special techniques of our sorcerer race, we will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The two great Dao realm experts from the sorcerer race had blood-red eyes. They were sinister like the eyes of ghosts, and dark light intertwined on their bodies. The great Dao realm experts from the blood wolf race, the dark shadow race, and the ant race were also full of killing intent. 14 great Dao realm experts closed in. Dao laws surged, and their killing intent was terrifying. Kid, this is not good. Chapter 739. The 14 great Dao realm experts pressed down, all of them exuding powerful waves of Dao laws. Each of them had sinister killing intents, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. A lot of crushed rocks and gravel on the ground flew up into the air. That person is really in trouble this time. 14 great Tao realm experts. That person is probably. Many cultivators' expressions changed. 14 powerhouses had surrounded him. That kind of lineup was no joke. Damn it, these bastards have sealed the surrounding space. It's impossible to escape. Wuxing Crocodile's expression did not look too good. Escape? There's no need for that. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Today, since they came to this place, none of them can leave alive. All of them will be buried here. Hearing this, Wuxing Crocodile was stunned. Many other cultivators were stunned. What did he say? Was he shocked silly by the dozen or so great Tao realm experts? Many cultivators were puzzled. 14 great Tao realm experts pressed down and sealed the surroundings. They wanted to kill Lin Tian, who was at the Immortal Ascension realm. However, facing such a lineup, Lin Tian actually said such words. He actually said that he wanted to kill all of these great Tao realm experts. This was really shocking. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but stare. Kid, have you really gone silly? You're about to die, yet you're still pretending to be mysterious and showing off. The gaze of the Stone God clan's saint was like a knife. Almost at the same time, the 14 great Tao realm experts from the insect clan moved in unison. All of them pressed down on Lin Tian. 14 waves of killing intent surged. These people all had killing intent on their faces. They were sinister and ruthless. All of them grabbed at Lin Tian. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed drastically. With such a lineup, even if Lin Tian had several Sex Tao soldiers and more than 100 immortal artifacts, it would be useless for him to use his weapon control technique. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. Damn it, if Lord Crocodile's cultivation was still here, I wouldn't have allowed this group of brats to be so arrogant. I would have killed them all with a slap. It cursed. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion, and his eyes were cold. He raised his hands and formed a seal at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Suddenly, the entire palace shook. At this time, no one could see that in the circular corridor surrounding the palace, a stone pillar suddenly glowed. The patterns of flowers, plants, birds, and beasts on it all lit up. Then, in this corridor, the second stone pillar lit up, the third stone pillar lit up, the fourth stone pillar lit up. In the blink of an eye, in the circular corridor surrounding this palace, a total of 8 stone pillars emitted a dazzling light. Lines of patterns interweaved and spread out in all directions. Boom! The entire palace shook violently. With Lin Tian as the center, a majestic aura suddenly appeared as vast as the ocean. Pooh! 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 The 14 great Tao realm experts who had rushed over were all sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The stone god saint's countenance changed. The 2 great Tao realm experts behind him were also astonished. What's going on? At the same time, the other cultivators were also shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. 14 great Tao realm experts are actually all. This palace is trembling. It seems like it's being sealed by another terrifying power. Hee. Everyone looked at Lin Tian. Wuxing Crocodile naturally had its eyes wide open. Brat, what did you do? Wuxing Crocodile could naturally see that, or rather, everyone here could see that this sudden change was related to Lin Tian. Nothing much. I just activated a great formation. Lin Tian Dao. When he first entered this palace, when he saw that there was actually a stone pillar in the middle of the circular corridor surrounding the palace, he felt that it was a little strange. He was very curious. When he stared at the bird patterns on the stone pillar, he couldn't help but reach out to touch it. It was also that touch that instantly shocked him. He discovered that there was actually an extremely weak soul power circulating in the bird patterns. Those bird patterns were actually formation runes. At that time, he secretly circulated the heavenly one soul technique and discovered that there were 7 auras similar to the stone pillar in front of him in the circular corridor of the palace. There were actually 7 other stone pillars. On the other 7 stone pillars, there were also secret formation runes formed by the bird patterns. These 7 stone pillars were combined with the stone pillar in front of him. Each of them stood in a special position and interweaved to form a myriad mystery 8 trigrams formation that enveloped the entire palace. The myriad mystery 8 trigrams formation could be used for defense, suppression, and killing. It was a very extraordinary formation. At that moment, he also knew that this palace was very unusual and very special. There must be a great secret in it. At that time, before he left the stone pillar, he placed his right hand on the pillar and secretly channeled the divine one soul mantra, infusing his soul power into it. After that, the powerful soul power slowly flowed through the entire formation, activating it and taking control of it in his hands. You activated this great formation? What great formation? When did you carve it? How can you carve such a powerful formation? Whooshing Crocodile asked again and again. It was really too surprised. At this time, it could clearly feel that this palace was enveloped by a very vast power. That kind of power seemed to be able to suppress even ordinary, early-stage Wujin powerhouses. Someone else carved it, but now it's mine. Lin Tiandao. He and Whooshing Crocodile refined some fragments of the immortal Lingjing in the stone chamber where the demonic middle-aged man was sealed. When he walked out of the stone chamber, he heard some cultivators saying that this palace was the main palace of the strongest holy land in the 4th heaven in the past. It was refined into a magic weapon to capture the source vein that had turned into a spirit. At that time, he understood more clearly why there were 8 stone pillars in this palace that formed such a great formation. Back then, the Holy Land wanted to rely on this great formation to suppress the source vein that had turned into a spirit. At that time, that Holy Land failed, but this great formation was preserved. After he injected his soul power into it to activate it, this great formation now belongs to him and is under his control. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations interweaved, enveloping the entire palace. Rays of killing light condensed and manifested. These rays of killing light were very terrifying, causing the cultivators to panic. Even the great Tao realm powerhouses of the insect clan couldn't help but tremble, feeling a great threat. These rays of killing light, many cultivators panicked. Looking at this space, the rays of killing light were too terrifying. How could these ordinary cultivators not be afraid? Even the Wind Clan's Holy Sun and a few other super powerhouses of the younger generation couldn't help but frown, their eyes filled with shock. Those who have nothing to do with the 7 clans, leave. Lin Tian spoke. His voice was very cold. He didn't look at the other cultivators. His gaze only fell on the great Tao realm powerhouses of the insect clan. Many cultivators trembled. Without hesitation, many people immediately moved, running out of the palace along the path they came from. At this time, the rays of killing light in this place were too many and too terrifying. Clearly, this was done by Lin Tian. And now Lin Tian said such a thing. How could these people still dare to stay? They were afraid that they would be hit by these rays of killing light if they weren't careful. At this time, even the Giant Clan's Holy Sun and the Wind Clan's Holy Sun didn't stay. They all rushed out of the palace. The rays of killing light interweaved in this space. When these people left, they hummed and trembled, but they didn't strike down. Holy Sun, let's go too. Behind the Holy Sun of the Stone God clan, a great Tao realm powerhouse spoke. Being in this palace, he felt a great threat. Clang! The rays of killing light were like swords, clanging and pressing down in the blink of an eye. The expression of the great Tao realm expert from the Stone God race who spoke changed drastically, and he tried to block the attack. However, he was sent flying in an instant. Half of his body was crushed into pieces, and it took him several breaths before he managed to reassemble his body. He looked at Lin Tian with a grim countenance. I've said it before. None of you from the 7 clans can think of leaving. Lin Tiandao, the holy son of the Stone God clan, stared at Lin Tian. His expression changed again and again. At this moment, he felt a chill down his spine. Lin Tian ignored him. He turned his head and stared at the 14 great Dao realm powerhouses. His gaze landed on the 4 members of the Bug clan. Boom! The myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation shook. Dense rays of killing light surged like waves, pressing down majestically. Yoopft! In the blink of an eye, one of the 4 members of the Bug clan was enveloped by the killing light. His body exploded on the spot. Beast! This Bug clan powerhouse sent out a divine consciousness roar. His shattered body wriggled crazily and quickly gathered toward the center. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed and floated out. It directly turned into a yin-yang lotus diagram and pressed forward. Great Dao realm powerhouses could reform their bodies after being crushed. Right now, he wouldn't give the other party the chance to reform their bodies. The other 3 great Dao realm powerhouses of the Bug clan naturally understood Lin Tian's intentions. They also sensed how terrifying Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus diagram was. They instantly moved and tried to stop him. Clang! 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 Lin Tian stood on the spot. With a thought, the entire palace shook again. Dense rays of killing light slashed down, completely sealing the space in all directions. They directly sent the 3 Bug clan powerhouses who tried to stop him flying. At the same time, it also caused the great Dao realm powerhouses of the other major clans to suffer. Some of them had their arms crushed by the killing light. Buzz! The yin-yang lotus diagram finally descended. Together with the dense yin-yang lotus diagram, it enveloped the great Dao realm powerhouse, who was reconstructing his body and crushed him mercilessly. Ah! A tragic cry rang out. The flesh and blood that the great Dao realm powerhouse had gathered exploded once again. His soul was also shattered within. After stepping into the 4th heaven of the immortal ascension realm, Lin Tian's divine consciousness became stronger. Naturally, the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon also became stronger. Now, together with the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formations, full-powered attack, he wiped out a great Dao realm powerhouse of the Bug clan in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the expressions of the cultivators of the 7 clans who were forced here changed. A great Dao realm powerhouse was killed so easily. The remaining 3 great Dao realm powerhouses of the Bug clan were enraged to the extreme. The killing intent in their eyes became even stronger, and they were filled with malevolence. Be *starred. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Lin Tian had slaughtered more than 20 of their branch clans, killed 3 of their great Dao realm powerhouses, killed their young supreme, and snatched their strongest weapon. Now he had killed another great Dao realm powerhouse. Chapter 740. The 3 bug race powerhouses roared angrily and stared at Lin Tian viciously. A great Dao powerhouse was not simple. In a large race, it would take a long time for one to appear. But now, Lin Tian had killed one of their great Dao powerhouses. Damn it! Damn it! The 3 bug race powerhouses roared. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Brat, well done! The 5-element crocodile cried out. Just now, these dozen or so cultivators of the great Dao had pressed over with killing intent. Yet now, one of them had been killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye, and this caused him to feel great satisfaction. Lin Tian stared at the 3 bug race powerhouses. It won't be long before your bug race is completely wiped out. I mean what I say. If I don't wipe out your race, I will never enter the upper heavens. His voice was merciless. Boom! The myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation rumbled. Beams of killing light interweaved, forming a rain of killing light that quickly enveloped them. The three bug race powerhouses were enveloped by the killing light, and their expressions instantly changed. Disperse! Bug Jade! Bug Kill! The three powerhouses felt a great threat. They roared together and activated their powerful bug race mystical abilities. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique, and for a moment the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation became even more turbulent. The void rumbled and directly shattered. This formation was used by that sacred ground to help suppress the origin vein that was invincible in the Enlightenment realm. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Now, it was used to deal with a few great Tao realm cultivators. Even though Lin Tian was at the 4th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm and couldn't unleash the full power of this formation, it was enough to kill a few ordinary great Tao cultivators. With a boom, dense killing light pressed down like a river of stars falling. Pooh! 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 The mystical abilities of the three bug race powerhouses were crushed. The three of them were sent flying, and they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a thought, the dense killing light directly charged towards the three bug race powerhouses. Fellow Taoist, helping the insect race, an ant race expert shouted. A Tao realm expert quickly attacked, using his divine ability to shatter the formation lights. At the same time, the other great clans experts also took action, divine ability radiance flying everywhere. Naturally, these people did not lend a helping hand to the three powerhouses of the insect tribe out of kindness. Instead, it was because they were all trapped in the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation and could feel how terrifying it was. Losing one of them would put the others in greater danger. Now, they couldn't let anyone else die. Only by keeping everyone alive could they hope to break the formation and kill Lin Tian. The three powerhouses from the bug tribe steadied themselves and thanked the powerhouses from the ant tribe. They stared at Lin Tian with even more unsightly expressions. Of course, they also became even more vicious. Let's work together and use all our strength to break this formation. An expert from the Bone Clan said, "All right." The experts from the other clans nodded. Clang, clang, clang. Killing lights rumbled like swords. They were densely packed and instantly pressed down. Over 10 Tao realm experts were preparing to work together. At this moment, when they were pressed down by the dense killing lights, their expressions instantly changed. With a rumble, the killing lights pressed down from all directions, forcing everyone to dodge pathetically. "You guys won't have a chance." Lin Tian's voice was cold. A killing light that was about 3 meters long descended from the sky, cutting across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the head of a Tao realm expert from the bug tribe. Yoopht! This beam of killing light condensed from the killing intent core of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation, directly slashing this great Tao realm expert from the bug race into pieces. Then, with a buzz, the yin-yang lotus sea streaked past. Under the shocked and enraged gazes of the other 2 experts from the bug race, together with the boundless killing light from the formation, the faint spirit of this bug race expert was instantly crushed. Human! The 2 Tao realm experts from the bug tribe roared. In the blink of an eye, another Tao realm expert from their side was killed by Lin Tian Sha. At the same time, the other Tao realm experts felt a chill in their hearts. They once again felt how terrifying the formation they were in was. How can there be such a powerful formation in this place? How can it be controlled by him? It's said that this bastard is an array controller above level 6. Damn it. The expressions of these Tao realm experts were all grim. The expressions of the 2 bug tribe experts were especially grim. 4 Tao realm experts had charged here, but now 2 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. 2 Tao realm experts had actually disappeared just like that. What kind of loss was this? The 2 experts roared in unison. They each took out their core secret techniques and attacked Lin Tian crazily. Attack together. Kill this bastard and stop him from controlling the formation, an expert from the wizard tribe said. Instantly, the group of experts moved. Vast waves of Dao laws surged, pressing down on Lin Tian together. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He was not moved at all as he stood quietly on the spot. Boom! In the circular corridor of this palace, 8 stone pillars shone. 8 resplendent beams of light shot up and shot over. This is buffed. 8 beams of killing light pressed down together, directly piercing through one of the bug tribe's great Dao realm experts. At the same time that his physical body was shattered, dense cracks also appeared on his spirit. He was like a cracked ceramic that was about to shatter at the next moment. Ah! This bug tribe expert let out a tragic cry. Cracks appeared on his spirit, and he instantly became extremely weak. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. The yin-yang lotus sea trembled, turning into a 7-foot lotus sword that slashed down mercilessly from the sky. With a swoosh, the 3rd Dao realm expert from the bug tribe was crushed, his body and spirit destroyed. The last bug tribe expert trembled, feeling both shocked and furious. No, it can't be. It can't be. Their tribe had sent 4 Dao realm experts here. But how long had it been? 3 Dao realm experts had been killed, all of their bodies and spirits destroyed. It let out a loud roar, looking at Lin Tian with a ferocious gaze and endless killing intent. Human, you should, clang. An ear-piercing roar resounded. Dense killing lights pressed down on the insectoid at lightning speed, enveloping the insectoid. The killing light's might was terrifying. With a swoosh, it directly slashed this bug tribe expert into pieces. Blood splattered in the void bit by bit. It was a ghastly sight. Buzz! The yin-yang lotus sea swayed, condensing into a yin-yang lotus diagram. It unleashed the might of this sea of consciousness phenomenon to the extreme and mercilessly slashed down. The expressions of the experts from the other great clans changed. Stop him! Instantly, the Dao realm experts of these great clans all took action. They unleashed their mystical abilities and secret techniques, pressing down on the yin-yang lotus sea. Lin Tian had long known that they would do this, so he didn't care at all. The 8 stone pillars on the circular corridor shone brightly once again, and 8 violent beams of killing light directly shot over. Each of them was more than 3 zhang long, and it shocked the great Dao cultivators of the few great clans. Just now, all of them had witnessed how powerful the 8 killing lights were. They instantly pierced through a 2nd heaven Dao realm expert from the bug tribe. Even his divine spirit was struck with dense cracks. It was extremely terrifying. Now they were afraid that the 8 killing lights would press down on them. For a moment, they couldn't help but retreat. The power of their mystical abilities was instantly reduced greatly. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent. The 8 ultimate killing lights acted as a deterrent. The other dense killing lights blocked the mystical abilities of the experts from the great clans, which were already much weaker. The yin-yang lotus diagram directly enveloped the shattered flesh of the last bug tribe expert. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. The last Dao realm expert from the bug tribe was slain, his body and spirit destroyed. In an instant, this place was dead silent. The expressions of the Dao realm experts from the great clans changed drastically. This lad is strong. The whooshing crocodile laughed maniacally. This scene really made it feel very good. However, while it was delighted, the expressions of the great Dao realm experts from the bone race were extremely ugly. At this moment, all of them felt the threat of death as they stood in the great formation. All of them were trembling in fear. On the other side, the saint from the Stone God clan had an ashen expression. He had led so many experts here, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the group. It's your turn now. These 4 words were calm and indifferent, causing all the experts to tremble. Their expressions turned even uglier. Lin Tian's tone made it clear that he was looking down on them. A Dao realm expert from the ant tribe said coldly, "Be asterisk star, don't be complacent. With your cultivation at the celestial ascension realm, how long do you think your soul power and divine power can last for to control such a formation?" "Last until I kill you all." Lin Tian looked over. With a boom, the 8 ultimate killing lights shone brightly and directly pressed down, enveloping the Dao realm expert from the ant tribe. The ant tribe expert's expression changed drastically. He quickly activated the ant tribe's divine power. However, the speed of the 8 killing lights was extremely fast. Before the ant tribe expert could really support his divine power, the 8 killing lights had already landed and directly tore him into pieces. "Ah!" The ant tribe expert screamed and roared. His flesh and blood completely evaporated, and his divine soul was covered in huge cracks. Lin Tian supported the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed down. "Don't even think about it." Another Dao realm expert from the ant tribe roared. At the same time, the Dao realm experts from the other large clans also attacked to stop him. Lin Tian's expression didn't change much. He raised his hand to form a seal, and the divine one-soul technique circulated even faster. Resplendent soul light interweaved on the surface of his entire body, making him look holy and dignified. Boom! The myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation shook violently, and the palace trembled once again. Dense patterns quickly spread out from the stone pillars in the circular corridor. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire palace. The killing intent suddenly rose several times. Buzz! These patterns shone brightly. Birds rushed out, ferocious beasts manifested, forests pressed down, and rivers trembled. All of them were condensed from killing lights. They were far stronger than ordinary killing lights. They pressed down on the group of experts in a mighty manner. The expressions of the experts instantly changed again. They attacked at the same time, activating even more divine techniques to protect themselves. However, these transformed killing lights were too powerful. They could be said to be unstoppable. Puff, puff, puff. The group of Dao realm experts was sent flying. They each coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Some of them had half their bodies crushed. Chapter 741. The group of experts felt a chill in their hearts. How long had it been? More than a dozen great Dao experts had surrounded and attacked, but 5 of them had been killed. Their bodies and souls had all been destroyed, causing these experts to feel a sense of panic. Some of them even felt a chill down their spines. Damn it! A great Dao expert from the ant race roared furiously, his eyes red. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over. Without saying anything unnecessary with a thought, dense killing light directly drowned out the ant race expert. Boom! With a rumble, the killing light rang out sonorously, surging up like a divine sword. This great Dao realm expert from the ant race activated a great magical ability to resist. But how could he block the dense killing light of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation? He was directly shattered into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Roar! This ant race expert let out a roar and quickly reformed his physical body. The other experts from the bone race and the other great Dao experts went up to protect their bodies. They launched various magical abilities and secret techniques to meet the light of the formation. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. His right leg stepped on the ground and shook fiercely. Roar! Ear-piercing dragon roars sounded. More than a dozen pitch-black dragons rushed out from the ground. Each of them was more than 100 feet long, and they were intertwined with a dense aura of death. The moment they rushed out, they pressed down on the group of experts. It was as if more than a dozen true dragons had appeared. The whooshing crocodile widened his eyes. At the same time, the expressions of the bone race and the other great Tao realm experts also changed. When they saw the dozen or so dragons, they were all greatly shocked. Roar! The dozen or so death dragons roared, their voices shaking the sky and suppressing all directions. Dragon patterns spread under Lin Tian's feet. He used the dragon burial scripture to guide the endless aura of death underground, guiding it up and condensing it into more than a dozen corrosive dragons. Together with the killing light of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation, they attacked the group of experts. The bone race and the other great Tao realm experts didn't dare to be careless. They could all sense that these pitch-black dragons were very unusual. The main reason was that the aura of death was too dense, as if it could corrupt one's soul. Boom! These experts all used the great techniques of their respective races to meet the dozen or so pitch-black dragons that attacked. The space between Lin Tian's brows flickered with light. The yin-yang lotus sea-swayed and released a brilliant light. It turned into a 7-foot-long lotus sword and furiously slashed down. With a sizzling sound, the second great Tao expert of the ant tribe, who was in the midst of regrowing his flesh, shattered. His spirit shattered and he died on the spot. Good. Continue. Whooshing crocodiles shouted. Lin Tian tilted his head, and the dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered, drawing out even more death dragons. At the same time, he activated the heavenly one-soul spell, causing the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation to boil even more. Birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers appeared one after another, all condensed from the vast killing light. His divine sense spread out, guiding the dense black dragons, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers to kill, mercilessly pressing in all directions. Pooh! 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 The bone race masters were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. Lin Tian took a step forward and moved. He appeared in front of an early-stage great Tao expert of the Dark Shadow clan and punched out. The expression of this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe changed. You! Boom! The powerful punch was unstoppable, causing the great Tao elite's heart to tremble. He was shocked by such a powerful physique. With a puff, this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe was directly sent flying. Cracks appeared on his powerful Tao body. It was also at this moment that the dense killing light behind this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe rushed over and landed on his body. Pooh! Instantly, this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe was torn apart. Only his spirit rushed up and quickly regrown his physical body. Lin Tian snorted and stepped forward. With a boom, dozens of pitch-black dragons moved with him in this space. They immediately drowned the spirit of this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe, causing him to cry out in pain. These pitch-black dragons were all condensed from the filthy aura of death. They possessed powerful corrosive power. After exploding, they frenziedly corroded the spirit of this Dark Shadow tribe master. Buzz! The yin-yang lotus sea-swayed. A lotus sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he directly slashed down. With a swish, the spirit of this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe was shattered on the spot. He tilted his head. His eyes were indifferent and emotionless as he stared at the second great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe. Clang! With a thought, the killing light clanged like a divine sword. This great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe was shocked and furious. He supported the Dark Shadow tribe's super remarkable power. However, he couldn't block it at all. The killing light of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation directly tore apart the remarkable power that he had supported. Damn thing! You will die a horrible death. This Dark Shadow tribe master roared. Lin Tian didn't show much emotion. Unfortunately, the one who is going to die now is you. All of you. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. His hands formed seals, and the 8 stone pillars in the circular corridor once again emitted a dazzling light. More patterns spread out. Each pattern was like a bolt of destructive lightning. He raised his hand and forcefully pulled out a killing sword from these patterns. It was about 3 feet long and was completely condensed from the killing intent of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation. Clang! He waved the huge sword, his expression indifferent as he slashed it straight ahead. This great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe tried his best to resist, but it was useless. He was instantly torn apart by this huge sword. After that, almost in an instant, the patterns that spread out in this space immediately shone brightly. Dense killing light interweaved and once again enveloped the shattered physical body of this great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe. Ah! This great Tao elite from the Dark Shadow tribe let out a tragic cry. The killing light crushed past, shattering his flesh and severely injuring his spirit time and time again. Lin Tian's speed was extremely fast. He charged past, and the yin-yang lotus diagram in his right hand pressed down, directly shattering this great Tao elite's spirit. In the blink of an eye, 8 great Tao realm cultivators who came here died. He stood in this space with a cold expression. The streaks of killing light that crisscrossed the space made him look like a deity. This won't do. The formation here is too strong. We can't block it. An elite from the Bone tribe gritted his teeth. Retreat. Shatter the formation barrier here. We have to retreat. An elite from the Sorcerer tribe said. The 2 great Tao elites from the Blood Wolf tribe also nodded. At this moment, they were trapped by the formation and were in an absolutely disadvantageous position. If this continued, they might all be killed here before Lin Tian's divine power and soul power were exhausted. The 2 great Tao elites from the Stone God tribe protected the Holy Son of the Stone God tribe. They scanned the surroundings and began to use their magical powers to break out of the encirclement. The Holy Son of the Stone God tribe had a ferocious look in his eyes. He stared at Lin Tian with an extremely vicious gaze. The whooshing crocodile was displeased. Damn it! Even great Tao elites are no match for this formation and are being killed one by one. This little bastard actually dares to look at me with such a vicious gaze. This really pisses this crocodile off. Brat, kill him first. Lin Tian tilted his head, and his gaze landed on the Holy Son of the Stone God tribe. He did not say anything and directly stepped forward. The expressions of the 2 great Tao elites from the Stone God tribe instantly changed. They sensed Lin Tian's intention. Humans, stop. You will not have a good ending if you offend our tribe. One of the great Tao elites from the Stone God tribe said in a low voice, You should know that our tribe overlooks this region of the sky. We are far from being comparable to other tribes. Boom! The killing light was like an ocean, surging forward mightily. It directly blasted the great Tao elite from the Stone God tribe away, and his body exploded on the spot. Lin Tian stepped forward and stared at the Holy Son of the Stone God tribe. With a shift of his mind, the dense killing light condensed once again. He pressed down with his right hand, and the killing light trembled like a falling galaxy. Damn it! The other great Tao elite from the Stone God tribe roared. He activated the Stone God tribe's great technique and stood in front of the Holy Son of the Stone God tribe. At the same time, the Stone God elite, who had been blasted to pieces, reassembled his physical body. He also stepped forward to meet the killing light of the great formation. The Holy Son of the Stone God tribe had extraordinary talent. He was a peerless genius that was hard to come by in thousands of years. These 2 Stone God elites naturally would not watch the Holy Son of the Stone God tribe be killed like this. Boom! The 2 extraordinary great techniques rushed up against the sky, rumbling loudly. However, this myriad mystic 8 trigrams array was too extraordinary. The killing light condensed from it was too powerful. It directly tore apart the 2 great techniques. With 2 bangs, the 2 great Tao realm elites from the Stone God tribe were sent flying. Lin Tian stepped forward. The dragon patterns under his feet flickered, and the dragon roars reverberated in all directions. More than a dozen pitch-black dragons rushed up again. He stared at the holy son of the stone god tribe with an indifferent gaze. At the same time, there was disdain and mockery in his eyes. Die. With a shift of his mind, the dozens of dragons pressed down together. At the same time, the dense killing light of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams array also slashed down. The holy son of the stone god tribe's expression finally changed drastically. He roared wildly and supported the stone god tribe's great technique to resist. However, this killing light could even crush a great Tao elite. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Tian's attack was even more ruthless. How could the holy son of the stone god tribe's great technique withstand it? In the blink of an eye, it was torn apart by the killing light. The dense killing light pressed down without slowing down. The holy son of the stone god tribe trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. The killing light pressed down, and together with the dozens of dragons, it directly enveloped him. At the same time, the other 2 great Tao realm elites from the stone god tribe stabilized their bodies that were sent flying backward. They just happened to see this scene, and their expressions instantly changed drastically. Humans, stop! If you kill our holy son, there will be no place for you in this celestial region. The 2 great elites roared and quickly rushed over at the same time. Lin Tian's eyes were emotionless, only disdain. This celestial region belongs to your tribe? He asked coldly. With a shift of his mind, the dense killing light of the myriad mystic 8 trigrams array and the dozens of pitch-black dragons pressed down. Under the horrified gaze of the holy son of the stone god tribe, he was crushed into pieces with a puff. Unlike the great Tao elites, the holy son of the stone god tribe did not have Tao laws protecting him. He was directly killed and disappeared from the world. Well done! Whooshing Crocodile laughed loudly. Ah, beast! Damn it! You deserve to die! The 2 great Tao elites from the stone god tribe roared wildly. Their eyes instantly turned red, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They pounced crazily at Lin Tian. Our tribe will not let you off. You will definitely die without a burial ground. One of them roared. Lin Tian snorted coldly and directed the dense killing light to press forward, directly enveloping the roaring stone god clan cultivator. With a puff, this person was crushed and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's glabella shone brightly. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed, condensing a 7-foot-long yin-yang lotus sword that directly slashed forward. It was also at this moment that a ghostly howl came from the palace behind them. 3 terrifying auras of death surged over like 3 torrents of death, causing the temperature of this space to suddenly drop greatly. Chapter 742. Pitch black mist swept past, and the aura of death was incomparably strong. In the blink of an eye, 3 rotting corpses rushed into the space from the palace in front. Their bodies were covered with red hair, and their ghostly eyes were eerie. They looked ferocious and savage. Damn it! Why did these 3 things rush here? Whooshing Crocodile glared. Were they attracted by the smell of blood here? These 3 rotting corpses were the 3 divine ghosts that first appeared. The corners of their mouths were stained with bright red blood. Clearly, before they came here, they had killed many cultivators and devoured a lot of flesh and blood essence. Roar! The 3 divine ghosts roared. Their ghostly eyes were red, and the black yin-chi around their bodies was frighteningly thick. They were really like the messengers of death. Such a shocking aura of death made even the great Tao realm powerhouses of the Bone clan change their expressions. They were all shocked. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He glanced at the 3 divine ghosts. This time he was not afraid. Among the 3 divine ghosts, 2 of them noticed Lin Tian. They were the 2 that chased after Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile previously. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian as if they had thought of something and could not help but tremble. Do you still remember what happened before? Are you afraid? Whooshing Crocodile wanted to laugh out loud. Roar. At this moment, a ruthless roar sounded again. The three divine ghosts moved, and a vast aura of death surged. They were like three divine seas of death, and they charged directly at the Bone Clan powerhouses in this space. The great Tao realm powerhouses of the Bone Clan could sense the terror of the three divine ghosts. They did not dare to be careless and use their nomological powers to suppress them. Roar. The divine ghosts roared, almost ignoring the nomological powers of the powerhouses. Their black, ghostly hands directly tore through everything. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, "How savage!" Boom! The Bone Clan powerhouses all displayed their great powers and fought fiercely against the three divine ghosts. Divine light and dark light filled this space. At this moment, Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at one of the stone divines who was condensing his body. With a thought, the dense killing light of the formation directly pressed down, enveloping the stone divines. Ah! The expert from the Stone God clan screamed in agony as his flesh was once again sliced apart by the killing light. Moreover, it only took an instant for Lin Tian to activate the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and mercilessly suppress his spirit body. With a chi sound, the Stone God clan's expert's soul shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed. The other great Tao cultivator from the Stone God clan watched this scene unfold before his eyes. It was too late to stop him. He immediately roared furiously, and his eyes turned even redder. Be *starred. He roared in rage. He unleashed a great spell of the Stone God clan and charged straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't show any emotion. With a single thought, a tyrannical killing light fell like a vast ocean, pressing down on the Stone God clan cultivator. Bang! The Stone God race expert's divine art was crushed, and he was blown away, landing right next to one of the divine ghosts. This divine ghost pounced over and bit off the throat of the Stone God clan cultivator. Then it grabbed the body of the Stone God clan cultivator ferociously and absorbed all the blood essence in his body. Even his spirit body was swallowed. Such a scene undoubtedly shocked the great Tao realm powerhouses of the Bone Clan. All of them were moved. Roar! The divine ghost swallowed the flesh and blood of the Stone God clan cultivator. Its eyes were red. Suddenly, it fixed its gaze on Lin Tian and directly pounced over. With a boom, ghostly fog of death curled up and pressed down on Lin Tian like a torrent of death. This one. I didn't sense the aura of the divine egg in your body before, the Whooshing Crocodile said. Can you deal with it? Lin Tian didn't say anything. With a single thought, the densely packed killing light of the great formation pressed down on the divine ghost. At the same time, he stomped his right leg on the ground and shook it slightly. Immediately, an ear-piercing dragon's roar resounded in all directions. A dozen pitch-black dragons rushed up, and together with the dense killing light pressed forward. With a bang, the oncoming divine light was knocked back dozens of feet away. The Whooshing Crocodile was astonished. Not bad. The divine ghost that was knocked away roared and didn't pounce on Lin Tian anymore. Instead, it pounced on a great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan. This great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan was dealing with the ferocious pouncing of another divine ghost. At this moment, he encountered another divine ghost that was pressing down on him. He was unlucky on the spot and had one of his arms torn off by this divine ghost. Blood splattered everywhere. Vile creatures! This Bone Clan powerhouse was enraged. The severed arm condensed in the blink of an eye and directly activated one of the Bone Clan's core mystical abilities, sending the two divine ghosts flying. However, this didn't cause too much damage to the two divine ghosts. With a roar, they actually pounced over again. This Bone Clan powerhouse was shocked and furious. Saber bones swept through the space. Retreat from here first. Another great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan roared. At the same time, the Blood Wolf tribe, Sorcerer tribe, and other powerhouses also spoke. They worked together and blasted out the light of mystical abilities, wanting to shatter the barrier of the Grand Formation and kill their way out. At this moment, only 6 of the dozen or so powerhouses were left. They were all intimidated by this Grand Formation. In addition, at this moment, the 3 divine ghosts rushed over, causing them to fall into an even more dangerous situation. They had to leave this place. Clang, clang, clang. Killing lights clanged, pressing down on the 6 powerhouses like a sea of swords. The expressions of the 6 powerhouses changed. One of them was penetrated on the spot, and blood splattered all over the sky. I've already said that none of you can leave this place alive. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. With a slight thought, the densely packed killing lights pressed down. At this moment, they cooperated with the 3 divine ghosts to attack the 6 powerhouses. This undoubtedly made the powerhouses of the Bone Clan even more furious. Beast, if you cooperate with them to attack us, when the time comes, if we are in trouble, you won't have a good ending either. You will be torn to pieces by them. A powerhouse of the Blood Wolf tribe roared angrily. Lin Tian's expression was calm. You're thinking too much. As his words fell, he circulated the divine one-soul technique. The myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation became even more turbulent. Streaks of killing lights pressed down densely, directly shattering the powerhouse of the Blood Wolf tribe who spoke. After that, almost at the same time, the 3 divine ghosts directly pounced over. Like hungry wolves fighting for food, they swallowed all of his flesh and spirit into their stomachs. In the blink of an eye, there were still 5 great Tao realm powerhouses left. All of them trembled, and their faces turned pale. At this moment, the 5 of them regretted their actions. At the same time, they were incomparably furious. They had come here to hunt down Lin Tian. With over a dozen great Tao realm powerhouses pressuring together, they should have been able to kill Lin Tian with 100% certainty. However, who would have thought that there was actually a terrifying ancient formation in this place? Moreover, this formation was actually already under the control of Lin Tian. It was as if they had plunged headfirst into a dead zone. And now, the 3 terrifying divine ghosts had rushed over here, putting them in even more danger. Ah! A great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan was grabbed by a divine ghost. His body was forcefully torn apart, and all his blood essence was sucked away. At the same time, his spirit was also annihilated. Roar! The 3 divine ghosts roared fiercely. Their eyes were ferocious, and their red hair trembled as they pounced toward the other 4 great Tao realm powerhouses. Instantly, the expressions of the 4 great Tao realm powerhouses changed. The aura of death around the bodies of the 3 divine ghosts was like an ocean of death, causing their hearts to tremble. They activated one mystical ability after another to face the 3 divine ghosts, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Boom! Killing intent soared up like blazing flames. With a single thought from Lin Tian, killing lights that took the form of bird and beast diagrams appeared once again, pressing down on the 4 great Tao realm powerhouses with great momentum. With a puffed sound, the last great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan was directly crushed. His flesh and blood were devoured by one of the divine ghosts, leaving behind only a wisp of his spirit that escaped pathetically from his shattered body. However, it was also at this moment that the light of Yin and Yang flashed in the sky. Lin Tian's Yin Yang Lotus Sea avatar directly pressed down. The countenance of this great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan instantly changed drastically. No, stop, Chi. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Under the pressure of the Yin Yang Lotus Sea, it directly crushed the spirit of this great Tao realm powerhouse of the Bone Clan into pieces. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left in this place. 1 from the Blood Wolf race and 2 from the Witch race. Young man, let's stop here. We can pretend that nothing happened. An expert from the witch race said in a low voice. There weren't many people in the world who weren't afraid of death. At this moment, the witch race's expert started to show weakness, not wanting to die here. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked over, smiling disdainfully. If he let them go now, would they really pretend that nothing had happened? This was just a joke. Moreover, these people were here to kill him. He didn't take the initiative to provoke them. The death of the witch race's saint was also his own fault. When these people came to kill him, they didn't succeed and were forced to death by him. Now that they were showing weakness and begging for mercy, would he let them go? Absolutely impossible. Clang! The killing light clanged and directly pressed down. To enemies, killing them was the best choice. Puff! The great Tao realm powerhouse of the witch race exploded. The three divine ghosts rushed forward and directly devoured his flesh and spirit. The last powerhouse of the witch race roared. He was incomparably shocked and furious. His entire body shone with a black light. Damn you! This person roared. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly pressed down with the killing light. At the same time, the three divine ghosts also roared and pounced forward in unison. The killing light surged, and the ghostly aura was eerie. With a puff, the last great Tao realm powerhouse of the witch race was torn apart. His flesh, blood, and spirit were all devoured by the three divine ghosts. He was deader than dead. There's only one left. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian looked ahead. In this space of the dozen or so great Tao realm powerhouses who came to kill him, only the Blood Wolf tribe remained. The great Tao realm powerhouse of the Blood Wolf tribe trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Roar! The three divine ghosts let out ghostly howls and directly pounced over. The great Tao realm powerhouse of the Blood Wolf tribe was instantly pushed to the ground. He was pressed to the ground by the three divine ghosts and was eaten by them. He let out a shrill scream. However, this scream didn't last for long. After about a dozen breaths, the scream completely disappeared. Looking over on the ground, the great Tao realm powerhouse of the Blood Wolf tribe was only left with a ghastly white skeleton. His flesh and blood had all been devoured by the three divine ghosts, and his spirit had also been devoured. Roar! 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 The three divine ghosts roared fiercely. The ghostly fog around their bodies became even more tyrannical. In the next moment, the three divine ghosts turned their heads at the same time. Their ghostly eyes became even redder as they stared at Lin Tian. Even the two divine ghosts who had originally sensed the aura of the divine egg in Lin Tian's body were no longer afraid of Lin Tian at this moment. After absorbing the blood essence of several great Tao realm powerhouses, they have become much stronger. Whooshing Crocodile said. Chapter 743. The three divine ghosts had ferocious expressions. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Tian. Their ghostly eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Pitch-black death fog intertwined around their bodies. It was like a gale of the dead that shot towards the sky, making them appear even more terrifying. Kid, can you handle it? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Although the formation that Lin Tian controlled here could kill great Tao realm experts, these three divine ghosts were even more powerful than ordinary great Tao realm experts. After devouring the blood essence of several great Tao realm experts, they were obviously even more extraordinary. It was a little worried. Roar! Almost as soon as it finished speaking, the three divine ghosts roared in unison and pounced towards Lin Tian ferociously. An astonishing aura of death surged, turning into a violent storm that almost knocked Whooshing Crocodile off Lin Tian's head. Instantly, Whooshing Crocodile was enraged. Three little bastards. I'll *CK your mother. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. With a thought, the myriad mystery 8 trigrams formation boiled. Dense killing light gathered towards the center. The patterns of birds and beasts appeared, and the mountains and rivers appeared. They were all condensed from the killing light and landed on the three divine ghosts. With three bangs, the three divine ghosts were swept away. However, they stood up in the next moment and roared fiercely. Clang! The killing light of the formation rumbled like a divine sword, once again sending the three divine ghosts flying. They were all in a sorry state. At this time, the 8 stone pillars in the circular corridor shone with the brightest light. Even more patterns were activated, completely trapping the 3 ghost gods in the center. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to, so they could only roar viciously. Is the formation of this place so powerful? Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. The 3 divine ghosts were not comparable to ordinary Great Tao realm experts. But now they were still suppressed by the formation. It is very powerful. After all, this is the formation that the sacred land used to suppress the source essence vein. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing Crocodile was stunned. How did you know? I guessed. Lin Tian said. He channeled the Heavenly One Soul mantra and used his soul energy to activate the 10,000 mystic 8 trigrams formation, allowing it to unleash its strongest power. Instantly, numerous beams of killing light descended, causing the 3 god ghosts to howl and tremble uncontrollably. Roar! The pitch-black, ghostly fog swept out in all directions, corroding a large area of space. The ground began to crumble inch by inch, and cracks instantly spread out. It's too vicious. We can't keep it. Lin Tiandao. These 3 ghost gods were too ferocious. If they were allowed to continue existing, who knew how many living beings would die in the future? Since he had encountered them here and now had the ability to get rid of them, he naturally had to get rid of them. His right leg stomped on the ground and shook slightly. Dragon patterns covered the ground, and in an instant, an ear-piercing dragon roar resounded once again. With him as the center, dense dragon patterns appeared. Then, endless dark yin qi rushed out from the ground, turning into dozens of pitch-black dragons that directly pressed down on the 3 ghost gods. Barry. He spat out a single word. Previously, while activating the 10,000 mystic 8 trigrams formation in this place, he secretly laid out a corner of the dragon burial formation. At this moment, he drew in the infinite death aura from the ground. Together with the killing light of the formation, it directly drowned the 3 ghost gods. Boom! Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions. This was a terrifying, murderous aura. The 3 ghost gods roared madly and miserably. However, they couldn't struggle free no matter what. After a few dozen breaths of time, they were all crushed into a thick pool of blood. Whooshing Crocodile stared. So strong? This is really beyond Lord Crocodile's expectations. As it said, it looked at Lin Tian curiously. Kid, you seem to have drawn out the yin qi and turned it into a dragon for your own use? How did you do it? Drawing the yin qi of the ghost fog for his own use and using it as a killing force. Ordinary people couldn't do such a thing. At least, they couldn't do it to the extent that Lin Tian did. This really made it a little curious. I wanted to do it, so I did it. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile suddenly curled its lips. Kid, don't pretend. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. You're talking as if you haven't been struck by lightning. Whooshing Crocodile. The formation patterns around them dimmed, and the killing light disappeared. There were only glaring bloodstains on the ground. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at the ground. Let's go, kid. Don't look anymore. All the treasures here have been taken away. Whooshing Crocodile said. What's the hurry? Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns. Isn't there still a source vein suppressed here? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked when it heard this. It heard something else from Lin Tian's words. You found that source vein? Almost. Lin Tiandao. Dragon patterns spread under his feet. Towering heaven sword Qi gathered in his right hand, and he slashed the ground. With a crack, a huge crack appeared on the ground. Suddenly, rolling fog rushed out. At the same time, it was mixed with extremely rich spiritual energy. It was several times more powerful than the spiritual energy of the mortal Lingjing fragment in the stone room. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. This is... Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He continued to slash out with his sword, cutting open a path to the bottom. Long ago, when he entered this space, he used the dragon burial scripture to discover the strangeness of the underground. He felt the rich spiritual energy and guessed that the source vein was suppressed here. At this moment, all the enemies had been killed, and the other cultivators had left. At this time, he could go underground and search for the pure spiritual energy of the source vein. He stared at the ground and took a step down. At the same time, he waved his hand behind him and sealed the opening again. He used his sword to open a path. He went all the way until he was 30 feet underground. Then he stopped and appeared in a spacious area. As far as the eye could see, the densely packed corpses were piled up here. There were several times more corpses than the corpses outside the palace, causing the air here to be extremely cold. Strands of black death, mist interweaved in the air. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. There are so many corpses here. What's going on? There were too many corpses here, and it was shocked. However, in the next moment, its expression changed again. It looked even further away from the corpses. There, specks of light floated in the air, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. This spiritual energy, Lin Tian went around the dense corpses and came to the front. There was a circle of light that suppressed the balls of light. The spiritual energy inside was incomparably strong. This is it, Lin Tiandao. You're saying that this is the source vein that became a spirit? Wuxing Crocodile said in surprise. That can't be right. The spiritual energy here is indeed very strong, but how can the spiritual energy of a source vein be so little? Even the spiritual energy of an ordinary source vein is far stronger than the spiritual energy here, right? The spiritual energy here was very rich and strong, but compared to a complete source vein, it was far too weak. Lin Tian said, "It's not a complete source vein, but the spiritual energy here is very pure. It's even richer than an immortal vein. It's the spiritual energy condensed by a source vein." As he spoke, he continued to walk forward. In short, don't worry too much. The spiritual energy here is very valuable. If you use it to cultivate, you can climb to a higher level in a short time. He walked forward and placed his right hand on the boundary that suppressed the balls of light. Soul light flickered in his palm. This boundary was formed by the 10,000 Mystery 8 trigrams array. He activated the Heavenly One Soul Art and stepped directly into the boundary. Immediately, the dense spiritual energy of the world revolved around him, making him feel as if all the pores on his body had opened up. Even the little fellow in the divine egg inside his body could not help but awaken, and it let out joyful squeaks. Dong! Suddenly, a wave of suppression appeared again, startling Lin Tianyi. He quickly looked at Wuxing Crocodile above his head. Damn it, the spiritual energy here is too rich. Staying here, Lord Crocodile can't suppress my realm. Wuxing Crocodile cursed. As it cursed, its body flickered with demonic light. It suppressed the realm that was about to break through again. Now that it was underground, it was obviously not safe to go through the heavenly tribulation like this. After all, the heavenly tribulation was the biggest disaster for a cultivator. Moreover, it was the second time it had entered the immortal ascension realm. The heavenly tribulation was bound to be more terrifying than before. Why don't you go outside the boundary and wait for me? Lin Tian said. He was really afraid that Wuxing Crocodile would accidentally break through to the immortal ascension realm in such a rich spiritual energy environment. It would then attract the great path, heavenly tribulation. No way. Damn it, the spiritual energy is so rich. but Lord Crocodile can only see it, but not use it, because I'm worried about the heavenly tribulation." Whooshing Crocodile looked unhappy. It leaped from Lin Tian's head and flew back and forth, saying, "Lord Crocodile will treat this spiritual energy as spring water. Lord Crocodile will take a bath here. You can use Lord Crocodile's bath water to cultivate." Lin Tian was speechless. He wanted to slap this ruffian crocodile away on the spot. He took a deep breath and couldn't be bothered with this ruffian. He sat down cross-legged on the spot. "This is the second time you are about to enter the Immortal Ascension realm. The Immortal Ascension tribulation will be at least twice as terrifying as the previous one. Without any preparation, you should know how bad it will be if you provoke the heavenly tribulation later." He reminded Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Lord Crocodile has a plan. Lin Tian didn't say anything more. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra, and a faint golden light emerged from his body. In this barrier, the sealed spiritual energy suddenly surged toward Lin Tian like a stream of water. It poured into his body through every pore. In the blink of an eye, it covered his flesh and blood. Lin Tianji felt comfortable all over. He almost couldn't help but moan out loud. He quickly calmed his mind and activated the Sun Heart Sutra faster. He used this spiritual energy to cultivate. He seriously tempered the current divine power and used the divine power to forge his physique. At the same time, the sacred egg in his body also moved. The patterns on the surface emitted light. It quickly attracted the spiritual energy here. Gold and divine light intertwined outside his body, illuminating the place. Almost all around him were withered bones. Lin Tian cultivated calmly. The aura he exuded became stronger and stronger. Chapter 744. Lin Tianyi was shocked. The images that suddenly appeared in his mind were a little blurry, but he couldn't get rid of them, flashing one after another. He saw a palace crossing the vast sky and finding a source vein that looked like an immortal dragon. A dense crowd of cultivators rushed out from it. An entire palace was pressed down. Then the image became bloody. The immortal dragon-like source vein roared and churned, causing bursts of blood mist to explode. The dense formation patterns didn't have much effect on it, and cultivators died one after another. In the blink of an eye, corpses fell one after another, and blood dyed the ground and the sky red. Then, in the next moment, a wild roar came from the image. He saw a middle-aged man whose divine power turned dark, his aura skyrocketed, and blood tears flowed from his eyes. He smashed the source vein with one blow, then tore open a crack in the void and threw a dozen cultivators in. Then the ground collapsed, and the corpses began to sink with the palace. The middle-aged man roared and rushed into the palace. The image passed by in an instant and disappeared directly here, which made Lin Tian's expression change. Although it was only for a moment, he saw a lot more clearly. The main body of the palace was called Qiheng, and the middle-aged man in the image was the master of Qiheng. He was also the person he put away in the stone room in the palace. Back then, he failed to suppress the source vein. Seeing the disciples die one by one, he went into demonic mode and forcibly broke through from the 9th layer of enlightenment truth to the nirvana realm. He smashed the source vein and saved the disciples who were still alive. Because he couldn't suppress his demonic nature, he tore open a crack in the void and threw the disciples who were still alive into it. Then he let the palace sink into the ground and sealed himself in the palace. He was slightly shocked. From those images, he got these things. He looked at the numerous corpses outside the boundary. These are the corpses of the disciples of the ancient crimson, sacred ground. As he muttered to himself, his gaze fell on the source vein essence energy inside the boundary. This is the source vein essence energy left behind by the middle-aged man after he shattered it into a source vein essence energy. Because of the myriad mystery 8 trigrams formation in the palace, it was imprisoned here. So that's how it is. He was moved. He pondered for a moment. The reason why those scenes appeared in his mind should be because of the remnant willpower of that middle-aged man when he had turned into a demon and shattered the source vein into pieces appeared in his mind as he absorbed the source vein spirit chi here. He thought about it. Back then, the crimson, eternal holy land was truly very powerful. But in the end, it ended up like that. It was truly a pity. At that time, the crimson, eternal sacred ground's main force had already gone to capture the Genesis vein, resulting in the destruction of the main palace and a group of experts. Naturally, the entire inheritance was destroyed. He muttered to himself in his heart before quickly shaking his head. Forget it, I'll cultivate in peace. What happened in the past was already in the past. Moreover, it didn't have much to do with him. He calmed himself down and seriously channeled the Sun Heart Sutra, immersing himself in cultivation. Buzz! Golden light intertwined around his body, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. He circulated this cultivation method to absorb the essence of the Genesis vein within, using it to refine his divine power and strengthen his body. This caused his aura to rise little by little, pushing him towards a higher level. Now, although there was only some Genesis vein essence left, it was left behind after the Genesis vein was shattered. The spiritual energy it contained was still very strong. He cultivated silently. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Boom! At this moment, a tyrannical aura rushed out of his body, and the aura he exuded instantly became much stronger. He opened his eyes, and his pupils were dyed with a layer of gold, intertwined with a kind of majesty. Whooshing Crocodile looked over. You've reached the 5th heaven of the connecting immortal realm so quickly. The spiritual energy of the Genesis vein is really extraordinary. According to this calculation, after refining all the essence here, you can at least reach the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. As it spoke, it looked indignant again. Damn it, Lord Crocodile can only look but not use. What kind of world is this? I hashtag Yan. Lin Tian glanced at it, closed his eyes again, and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster. After reaching the 5th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, there was still a lot of Genesis vein essence here. He didn't stop and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Buzz! Strands of golden divine light intertwined, and the aura on his body continued to rise. At the same time, next to his life origin, the sacred egg cried happily, and the patterns on the surface became brighter. Strands of Genesis vein essence were absorbed into the egg through Lin Tian's body, causing the patterns to become even brighter. Time passed by minute. Soon 6 hours had passed. Boom! This time a gale swept out, sweeping out with Lin Tian as the center. 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian opened his eyes at this moment, and 2 rays of light flashed. Naturally, he also felt his current realm. He clenched his fist, and his physical body became stronger. His divine consciousness became more crystal clear, and his divine power became more vigorous. Great, he muttered to himself. He could clearly feel that his strength had become a lot stronger. Thinking about it, it was the right choice to come to this place this time. It didn't take too long for him to reach the 4th heaven from the 3rd heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Now, from the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm directly to the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, the harvest was amazing. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and silently circulated the Sun Heart Sutra, using the remaining trace of spirit chi here to consolidate his cultivation. Buzz! As he stopped cultivating, the golden divine light outside his body became much gentler, but it was purer. His mind was calm, and the circulation of the Sun Heart Sutra slowly calmed down. Dong! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out and gravel fell. The entire space shook. With a crack, the barrier formed by the myriad mystic 8 trigrams formation collapsed on its own. The space shook even more violently, and large rocks fell from above. Lin Tian opened his eyes and his expression changed. There was a fierce battle above. Now, this place is going to collapse. Master Crocodile knows. Let's go. The whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth and quickly shrank its demon body. It landed on Lin Tian's head and grabbed Lin Tian's hair tightly. Crack! Another crisp sound rang out. The ground in this place collapsed, directly sinking down, revealing a dark abyss. Lin Tian's body flickered with golden light as he rushed up. At the same time, he took out the high heaven sword scripture and slashed out a dense sword gleam, wanting to open a path. However, the outcome was not as he wished. The ground above collapsed, and the falling rocks and soil were too thick. It was as if the sky was pressing down. Although his sword gleam was powerful, it could not cut through such a thick layer of soil in an instant. He felt that the ground above seemed to be collapsing as well. With his current cultivation, it was difficult to cut open a path. Oh my God, are we going to be buried alive? The whooshing crocodile naturally also noticed this, and its eyeballs almost popped out. Lin Tian looked around and looked at the dark abyss after the ground collapsed. A ray of light flashed from below. Light of scales? There's an underground river below. His eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, the golden divine light around his body boiled and turned into a bolt of lightning that charged into the dark abyss below. Not long after, along with the falling sand and gravel, he heard splashing sounds. Sure enough, there was water flowing down below. After a few breaths, his feet landed on the water surface. There was a large underground river below, and the water flowed through it. Follow the direction of the water flow, and we can walk out of here, he said. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Let's go quickly. After a while, this place will be completely submerged by the layers of soil and rocks. The whooshing crocodile shouted. Above them, huge rocks and layers of soil continued to fall, splashing water everywhere. Lin Tian did not say anything. Golden divine light intertwined on the surface of his body, and he followed the direction of the water flow. With one step, he was dozens of feet away. This dark abyss was very large, and the underground river was like a large stream. The further they walked, the wider it became. This made the man and the crocodile a little surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a large underground river. Ah! A strange cry sounded, and a strange thing rushed out from the bottom of the underground river. With a flash of blood, it attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian was slightly moved. He raised his hand, and a golden palm print was raised. The golden divine light reflected the monster that rushed out from the underground river. It was a strange creature covered in scales, and its body was intertwined with a dark aura of death. It was directly smashed into pieces by the slap. The underground river below was also affected by the aura of death above, and gradually gave birth to some strange evil spirits. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and did not say anything. He stepped on the surface of the water and continued to walk in the direction of the water flow. After that, the underground river became wider, and many evil spirits rushed out from the bottom. Their auras were cold, but they were all easily killed by Lin Tian. Then, gradually, because they were far away from that space, no evil spirits rushed out from the water. Time flew by, and Lin Tian stepped on the underground river. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. What the F***CK? What the F***CK is this? I've been walking for half a month, and I still haven't walked out. The whooshing crocodile cursed. What's the hurry? There's nothing to lose. Lin Tianandao, how can I not be in a hurry? Your Lord Crocodile is about to cross the immortal crossing tribulation and enter the immortal crossing realm. How can I not be in a hurry? The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian did not say anything. He walked silently, following the underground river. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. On this day, the underground river's water flow became turbulent, and the water surface suddenly narrowed. At the same time, a faint light appeared in front of him, and a gap appeared. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and his pace became slightly faster. Soon he crossed the gap and walked out of the underground river completely. Looking ahead, there was a vast and boundless ocean in front of him. As the wind blew, ripples appeared on the surface of the water and swayed to the distance. Where is this? Lin Tian moved his vision and looked around. For a moment, he was not sure where he was. Chapter 745. Listening to the whooshing crocodile's nagging, Lin Tian was a little speechless. Speaking of which, during the time he was traveling on the underground river, the whooshing crocodile always talked about the tribulation. His ears were about to grow calluses. Got it. I'll look for it right away, he said. He looked forward. There seemed to be a medium-sized island opposite the ocean. The vegetation was not very dense. Let's go there to transcend the tribulation, he said. It seemed that there were not many creatures on the island. It should not be a problem to find an empty place to transcend the tribulation. His speed was very fast. After all, he had reached the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. His abilities in all aspects had been greatly improved. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the island. When he was really close to the island, he found that the vegetation on the island was more sparse than when he looked from a distance. A desolate aura was intertwined in the air. Only occasionally he could hear the roar of beasts. He levitated on this small island and released his divine sense to explore around. Soon he found a very empty valley. Okay, here it is. The ground of this valley was very barren. The environment was not much better than the desert. It was very suitable for transcending the tribulation. The whooshing crocodile jumped down from his head. With a flick of its claws, it took out various things and fiddled with them on the ground. It looked cautious and serious. At the same time, Lin Tian also engraved a huge defensive array for it here. Kids, stay away from here. Your Lord Crocodile's bloodline is unparalleled. The immortal ascension tribulation was very unusual. Now that it is the second tribulation, it will be even more extraordinary. If you are implicated, be careful of losing your life. At that time, Lord Crocodile will have to take care of you. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at it. He was too lazy to say anything to it. He retreated by himself. Seeing that Lin Tian was far away, the whooshing crocodile released its aura. In an instant, the sky became as dark as ink. Boom! Thunder rumbled as bolts of purple lightning intertwined, causing the living beings near the small island to tremble in fear as they looked over in shock. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled and fell, submerging the valley in the blink of an eye. Whooshing crocodile howled loudly as it resisted the lightning. All kinds of great demonic techniques were unleashed. Lin Tian stood on the top of an old tree in the distance. Gazing into the distance, he saw the purple lightning enveloping the valley. Dense bolts of lightning struck down continuously, distorting the void and sinking the earth. The defensive formation he set up with the cultivation of the 6th heavenly layer of transcending immortality couldn't hold on for long. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the purple lightning. Although it is much weaker than my immortal ascension tribulation, it is still very scary. It is far from what ordinary immortal ascension tribulations can compare to. He muttered to himself. Up ahead, whooshing crocodile resisted the heavenly tribulation with all his might. Divine light rushed out from his body, forming an enormous, precious pot. Tao radiance interweaved. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. A high-grade Tao weapon. Dong! The sky trembled, and the light of the heavenly tribulation continued to strike, causing the ground of the valley to become scorched in the blink of an eye. The 5 elements crocodile was not weak. In addition, it had a high-grade Tao weapon in its hand. Soon, it withstood the heavenly tribulation. A 7-colored, auspicious cloud flew over, and immortal light fell down, causing the injuries left behind by the heavenly tribulation to heal completely in the blink of an eye. I've reached the immortal ascension realm again. Whooshing Crocodile was slightly surprised. It's more than twice as strong as the last time I entered the immortal ascension realm. At this time, its demon body extended to more than 3 feet long. Its scales were surrounded by divine light, looking very extraordinary. Wahaha! It laughed wildly. The benefits of recultivating like this are not small. When Master Crocodile reaches the peak of Nirvana realm again in the future, who under the Chaos realm can be my opponent? This time, Master Crocodile will definitely be able to enter the chaotic realm quickly and become the king of the world. Maybe I can even enter the 10th heaven. Lin Tian stood in the distance and stared at Whooshing Crocodile's appearance at this time. He really wanted to give it a slap. Whooshing Crocodile's whole body flickered with a faint demonic light. Its purple scales became more crystal clear. The wings behind it had 5-colored luster intertwined. With a gentle shake, a powerful astral wind swept out in all directions. Its power was astonishing. "Kid, how is it?" Whooshing Crocodile said proudly. "Its strength and appearance are not bad." Lin Tian paused, stared at the wings behind Whooshing Crocodile, and said, "Why don't you carry me and fly in the future?" He said it very vaguely, but Whooshing Crocodile was an old fox. How could it not understand the meaning of his words? Its face immediately darkened. "You want Master Crocodile to be your mount? Your grandfather, don't even think about it. What I mean is that you occasionally carry me and fly in the sky. It has nothing to do with being a mount. You think too much." Lin Tian said with a straight face. Whooshing Crocodile stared at him and snorted slightly. Its demonic body quickly shrank, flew back, and landed on top of his head. Lin Tian glanced around and did not stay in this place. He rose into the air and walked away. "Kid," Master Crocodile remembers, "this is near Sea King Island, at the edge of the Sea Race's territory." Whooshing Crocodile said. It had been to many places in the 10 directions sky domain. Previously, it was busy with the heavenly tribulation and did not pay attention to the surroundings. Now that it had passed the heavenly tribulation and looked around, it naturally remembered that it had come to this place once before. Sea King Island, Sea Race. Lin Tian was a little surprised. This place was near the territory of the Sea Race, a race at the same level as the Bone Race and the Witch Race. He remembered that an old drunkard's evaluation of this race was very bad. He shook his head and did not care. It was fine as long as the Sea Race did not provoke him. He asked Whooshing Crocodile, "Is there a place to gain experience nearby?" "You asked the right crocodile. Master Crocodile used to cultivate in this sky domain. I happen to know a very good place to cultivate nearby. It is very suitable for cultivators in the immortal ascension realm to gain experience." Whooshing Crocodile said and pointed to a specific location for Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and walked directly to the location given by Whooshing Crocodile. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He stepped into the sky. Soon he saw a few Sea Race cultivators passing by in the distance. The aura they exuded was not weak. "His Highness Saint is really something. It has been a year. How can that pair of siblings still be alive?" "That is right. That is the Gorge of No Return. For generations, many great Tao masters of the Sea Race have died there. How can that pair of siblings still be alive? That woman is indeed very dainty and stunningly beautiful, but our clan's first sea maiden is not much inferior to her. Why is His Highness Holy Son so persistent, insisting on snatching her away? In this past year he has dispatched a group of clansmen to the Gorge of No Return to stand guard, as if that woman can still walk out." "No," a Sea Race cultivator in blue armor suddenly said. "It is not just because of that woman. There are other reasons." "Other reasons? What other reasons?" The blue-armored cultivator from the Sea Race said, "I've heard that the siblings are not simple. Back then, Saint Child had coincidentally encountered that woman and was moved by her beauty, wanting to take her as his own. However, he was almost killed by that woman's elder brother on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that a grand exalted elder from our great Tao realm had rushed over, Saint Child would have been in danger. Later, that grand supreme elder of our race chased after that pair of siblings, but was unable to successfully suppress them. They escaped into the gorge of no return. The sea race cultivator continued. At that time, in the process of chasing them, that grand supreme elder discovered that the human woman's brother actually had the thunder god king physique. Now, His Highness Saint not only wants to get that beautiful human woman, but also wants to get that woman's brother's life source. The important figures of our race also support this. What? Almost killed His Highness Saint of our race. Thunder God King Physique. A sea race cultivator exclaimed in surprise. The sea race cultivator in blue armor was shocked and hurriedly said, "Lower your voice!" I heard this from a big figure of our race, by chance from afar. The news has always been sealed by our race. Not many people know that His Highness Saint was almost killed, and even fewer people know about the Thunder God King physique. If outsiders find out, it will cause a lot of trouble. Lin Tian was very far away from this group of sea race cultivators, but his cultivation was powerful. The voices of several sea race cultivators still fell into his ears. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked over, two terrifying rays of light shooting out from his eyes. The whooshing crocodile was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian did not speak. He stared at the group of sea race cultivators in the distance and took a step forward. That pair of siblings, Thunder God King physique. Other than by Ziki and by Chiu, who else could it be? In just an instant, he arrived in front of this group of sea race cultivators. Who? A human? Rushing in front of us like this. Are you provoking our race? The sea race cultivators were shocked at first, but then they became angry. Cold rays of light intertwined in their eyes. Lin Tian did not say a word. He swept the group of sea race cultivators away with a slap, leaving only the sea race cultivator in blue armor. He directly grabbed him and searched his sea of consciousness. A moment later, he searched the sea of consciousness of this sea race cultivator and found the true appearance of the pair of siblings mentioned by this group of sea race cultivators. As expected, it was by Ziki and by Chiu. The sea race cultivator in blue armor was terrified. You actually. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with cold light. He directly raised his hand and slapped the sea race cultivator, sending him flying into the ocean. He stood in the sky and turned to look toward the southwest. Golden rays of light shot out from his body. With a flash of his feet, he rushed there like a bolt of lightning. Brat, what happened all of a sudden? Say something. The whooshing crocodile pulled his hair. Two very important friends of mine were forced into a dangerous place by sea race cultivators of the Great Tao. It has already been a year. Lin Tian said in a low voice. His expression was very ugly. From the sea of consciousness of the blue-armored sea race cultivator, he found the appearance of the pair of siblings they mentioned. They were indeed by Ziki and by Chiu. The siblings were forced into a place called the Gorge of No Return. As for the Gorge of No Return, from the sea of consciousness of the sea race cultivator, he learned that it was a dangerous place. It was said that once one entered, there was no return. Many great Tao realm cultivators had died there. Chapter 746. The whooshing crocodile was slightly shocked when it heard this. Naturally, it could understand Lin Tian's current feelings. At this time, it became much more serious and said in a low voice, "A year has already passed." Then it did not finish its sentence, but the meaning it wanted to express was not just two words. Most likely, they were doomed. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. There was deep worry in his eyes, but there was more determination. They are not ordinary people. I believe that they are still alive. It is impossible for them to have met with misfortune. Boom! The divine power outside his body rumbled. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a golden lightning bolt, breaking through the clouds and splitting the sky. Not long after, a huge island appeared in front of him. The island was astonishingly large, and it was covered with lush vegetation. He had followed the information about the Gorge of No Return that he had obtained from the Sea Tribe cultivator in blue armor to this place. From afar, he could hear the roars of wild beasts shaking the sky. He did not care. After stepping onto this large island, his speed became slightly faster. Not long after, he arrived in front of a huge canyon. Fog intertwined around the surroundings. Human? Human cultivator, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake. If you take another step forward, don't blame us for being merciless. There were 9 Sea Tribe cultivators guarding outside the canyon. The person in the lead was actually a powerful existence at the 7th heaven of immortal ascension. At this moment, as they stared at Lin Tian approaching, the eyes of these Sea Clan cultivators were filled with coldness, and there were traces of killing intent. Lin Tian knew from the Sea Tribe cultivator in blue armor that the Sea Tribe saint would send people to guard this place every day. As long as Baiziki and his sister walked out, they would immediately use a special method to inform the tribe, and a great virtue realm cultivator would rush here instantly. Therefore, he was not at all surprised that there were Sea Tribe cultivators guarding this dangerous place. In fact, he was not in the mood to be surprised now. He stepped forward and directly walked forward. This action undoubtedly caused the expressions of the 9 Sea Tribe cultivators guarding outside the Gorge of No Return to turn colder. This human cultivator in front of them actually dared to ignore their words. "You are courting death," the leader of the oceanic species said. Lin Tian didn't say a single word. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the 9 Sea Race elites. A high-grade celestial sword appeared in his hand, and the High Heavens Sword manual mercilessly slashed out. For a moment, blood splattered. Except for the 7th heaven of the Immortal Connection realm, the other 8 Sea Clan cultivators were all slashed into a bloody mist by Ling Tian's sword light in an instant. The leading oceanic species expert retreated, and his expression immediately changed greatly. He was shocked by this terrifying battle strength. Lin Tian stretched out a large golden hand and directly enveloped this Sea Tribe elite within it, directly crushing him into pieces. When he had just entered the connecting immortal realm, he could already kill experts in the 7th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Now that he had reached the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm and had experienced many battles, his combat strength was much stronger than before. An ordinary expert in the 7th heaven of the connecting immortal realm was no different from a chicken or a pottery dog in his hands. He stood outside the canyon and looked inside. He could see a faint white mist interweaving within, making him seem a little lost. He glanced at it and without any hesitation stepped into the canyon. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the canyon, gusts of astral wind appeared in the air. Sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was hot, and sometimes it was gentle. It made the man and the crocodile tremble slightly. Previously, when he looked into the canyon from outside, it was clearly calm inside, with only some white mist interweaving within. But after entering, it was such a scene. "It's not simple. There's something strange," whooshing crocodiles said. Lin Tian nodded and walked straight ahead. The vegetation in this canyon was far less dense than the outside world. Walking on the surface, he could occasionally see scattered, withered bones. The terrain was even more complicated, making it difficult to identify the direction. Lin Tian walked in. Although he was worried about Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he did not let his guard down. After all, this place was called a dangerous place, not an ordinary place. He walked forward cautiously. In this canyon, he quickly walked for several hours. In front of them, the space suddenly became brighter, and the vegetation became denser. A figure was standing in front of them, waving his fist. Strands of lightning surrounded his body. Suddenly, an extremely powerful thunder palace rushed out. At the same time, not far away, a girl seemed to be very agile. She was stretching her body and practicing an ancient technique. By pig! By Chiu! Lin Tianyi was overjoyed. He did not expect to find the brother and sister so easily. He immediately stepped toward them. Boom! It was also at this moment his body shook violently and his origin roared. Wisps of divine light rippled out, stopping him in his tracks. With a crack like glass shattering, the scene in front of him disappeared. There was no sign of the bi-siblings. There was only a medium-sized spring lying on the ground, with wisps of white mist rising from it. Lin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. This is heavenly treasure. Heavenly treasure. I'm here. Lord Crocodile is here. Unknowingly, the 5 elements crocodile had already left the top of his head and was flying forward. Lin Tian raised his hand and caught it directly. Golden divine power flowed into its body, causing it to tremble slightly. Just now, Lord Crocodile saw the heavenly treasure of chaos. Whooshing Crocodile came back to his senses. Naturally, he knew that what he saw just now was not real. I encountered something demonized again. Was I disturbed by the demonic nature? My mind was affected again. Look ahead. Lin Tian pointed ahead. Faint light flickered on his body surface, overflowing from his life origin, surrounding him and Whooshing Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile looked up, and its gaze fell on the white mist rising from the spring. A small pool. Wait. Suddenly, the scales all over the 5 elements crocodile's body almost stood up. This can't be the legendary soul-absorbing pool, right? As its name implied, the soul-sucking pool was capable of absorbing the souls of living beings. According to legend, it was born from the grand Tao of the heavens and the earth, and it was filled with grand Taos, causing it to be extremely dangerous. If living beings approached it, then various illusions would be created, and the living beings would be dragged into the pool. Once one was dragged into the pool, then one's soul would be instantly sucked away, and even rebirth realm experts were no exception. Damn, it is indeed a dangerous place. There is even such a thing. The 5-element crocodile opened his eyes wide, and his heart palpitated slightly. However, he was immediately surprised as he looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. Speaking of which, kid, you're actually not affected by it. This thing isn't something that the demonized middle-aged man's demonic nature can compare to. It's extremely strange. Once one gets close to it, even a Nirvana realm expert would find it difficult to struggle free. How did you do it? Lin Tian shook his head and did not say much. Just now, he had also fallen into an illusion. Moreover, the illusion was too real. It happened to be the person he was urgently looking for, and he almost fell into it. At that time, even the yin-yang lotus, sea, did not warn him and did not react. Instead, it was the reincarnation origin that shone on its own and protected him, allowing him to escape from the illusion. At this time, it was also because of the reincarnation origin's light surrounding his body that he and Whooshing Crocodile could face the soul-absorbing pool directly. He stared ahead and said, "Be careful. I will go around it." "Don't rush." Whooshing Crocodile said, "Although the soul-absorbing pool itself is a dangerous place, the pool water is a precious liquid that contains many fragments of the Great Path. We can face the soul-absorbing pool directly now. This is a great opportunity. Quickly take out a container and get some of this pool water." It said, "This pool water has many uses. It can be used to refine the precious Baodan, cleanse and strengthen the soul, help cultivators comprehend the Great Path more easily, and can even heal Tao injuries. It is a treasure among treasures. It could be used to refine the precious Baodan, cleanse and strengthen the soul, and help cultivators comprehend the Great Path more easily." There was no need to say more about these 3 uses. They were very shocking. As for Dao injuries, this kind of injury was the most terrifying for cultivators. It was very difficult to heal, and it would affect the foundation of one's cultivation and life force. It was almost impossible to heal. However, the soul-absorbing pool water was said to be able to easily heal Dao injuries. Therefore, this pool water was a very precious divine liquid, even for powerful existences in the Nirvana realm. Lin Tian stopped walking forward and nodded. He took out a few large jade containers from the stone ring and absorbed the soul-absorbing pool water from a distance. Then, he sealed them one by one with the 4-symbol seal. He actually knew that the soul-absorbing pool water had many magical effects. However, he was too worried about the safety of Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, so he forgot for a moment. He absorbed all the containers on his body into the soul-absorbing pool water. Then he filled the containers taken out by the whooshing crocodile with the pool water. Then he bypassed the soul-absorbing pool and continued to walk into the canyon. After walking past the soul-absorbing pool, the white mist in the air became a lot lighter. The surrounding vegetation was still not very dense, and the soil on the ground gradually became a little red. Speaking of which, kid, don't blame Uncle Crocodile for talking too much. Your 2 friends were forced here. If they also encountered the soul-absorbing pool, would they? The whooshing crocodile said. No, the soul-absorbing pool can't do anything to them. Lin Tian said. Just now, the reincarnation origin shone and protected his mind. He believed that Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu were the same. They were also king bodies. When facing the soul-absorbing pool, the thunder god origin and the lunar origin would definitely have a reaction. In fact, this also showed the strength of king bodies. It was not only reflected in combat power, but also reflected in other aspects. For example, this soul-absorbing pool. Nirvana realm experts would be pulled into the pool and couldn't break free. However, king bodies could face it directly. He stepped on the reddish ground. Although he was very cautious, his footsteps were not slow. In the blink of an eye, he had covered more than 10,000 feet. In front of him, there were several corpses of ferocious beasts lying on the ground. They looked very powerful, at least comparable to Ninth Heaven realm experts. But now, as if struck by lightning, the corpses were charred like charcoal. There is a very shocking thunder power intertwined in the air. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 747. Lin Tian glanced around. The terrain was flat, but the vegetation was sparser. The ground was charred black and cracked. His eyes shone brightly. Bai Ziki had attacked here and killed a few ferocious beasts comparable to the 9th heaven of the immortal ascension realm. It was indeed here. He paused for a moment, said something to whooshing crocodile, and continued to walk deeper. The gorge of no return was very wide, and the air was not cold. It was relatively normal. Roar! After walking for about a few hundred feet, a ferocious beast covered in white rushed out. Its eyes were huge and dark green, and there was a single horn on its head. It was very similar to the corpses of the ferocious beasts he had encountered before. It directly pounced at Lin Tian. It's comparable to the 9th heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The high-grade immortal sword shook, and the towering heaven sword light mercilessly slashed out. With a puff, the ferocious beast that rushed out was beheaded. It twitched on the ground a few times and then stopped moving. He walked forward. In the process, he encountered many ferocious beasts, one after another. All of them were not simple. They were very strong, and their demonic power was very strong. However, none of them were particularly terrifying. In the end, they were all killed by his sword. In the blink of an eye, he had walked through the gorge of no return for 3 days. On this day, he found a piece of black stone slag on the ground. It was intertwined with an extremely cold aura, but it was not sinister. Instantly, a divine light flashed across his eyes. This seems to be the Grand Moon Origin Stone. Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. Yes, Lin Tiandao, picked up the stone slag from the ground. Back then, when he was in the small village where Xiao Ai was, he learned that Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had dug up a piece of the Grand Moon Origin Stone in the small village, and Bai Qiu had kept it. Now that he found a piece of the Grand Moon Origin Stone here, he knew without thinking that Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki had entered a deeper part of the gorge. Let's go deeper. He spoke, and his footsteps became even faster. Each step he took was over 100 feet, and he transformed into an afterimage that flickered within the gorge. As he walked deeper in, he saw quite a number of skeletons. There were humans and members of the sea race. Among them, there were more than 10 skeletons that were still in good condition. The skeletons shone with a crystalline light. With one look, one could tell that the owner of the skeletons was very powerful when he was alive, surpassing the celestial reaching realm. He should be a great Tao realm expert who had entered this perilous land and died in the gorge of no return. Oh! A strange cry rang out as a demon's spirit rushed out from the ground. Its 4 limbs were covered in scales, but its body was perfectly round. Its aura was shockingly powerful. Lurking beasts like to feast on humans. They are comparable to half-step great Tao experts. Wuxing Crocodile said, "It was very knowledgeable, and it was also a demon, so it naturally knew about these things." The crouching beast let out an ear-piercing shriek. It leaped up and pounced toward Lin Tian as if it had been starving for a long time. Lin Tian did not say anything. He raised the immortal sword in his hand, and a thick towering heaven's sword aura slashed down. With a puff, the crouching beast was sent flying with blood splattering everywhere. However, it did not die. With a strange cry, it pounced over again. Lin Tian reached out with his large golden hand and slapped down 3 times in a row, directly smashing the crouching beast into meat paste. What a freakish physical body! A demon beast comparable to a half-step great Tao expert was slapped to death, just like that. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian went deeper and soon crossed another few thousand feet. At this moment, 9 continuous red mountain ranges appeared in front of him. They were like 9 dragons coiling on the ground, forming a large circle. There was vegetation on it, but the vegetation was very sparse. Most of it was withered and did not have much essence. 9 mountains forming a large circle? It is really unique. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian stared ahead, but his eyes narrowed. "This is a treasure land of creation," he said in a deep voice. "A treasure land of creation." Wuxing Crocodile was slightly taken aback. What kind of place is this? A spiritual land of cultivation? A deadly ominous territory. Lin Tiandao said, "If one does not understand the power of heaven and earth after entering, even a peak nirvana realm cultivator might be swallowed." A peak nirvana realm cultivator might be swallowed after entering? Are you kidding me, kid? Wuxing Crocodile stared, then said, "Besides, it's a deadly ominous territory, but has a literary name like a treasure land of creation. Is there something wrong with his brain? Which bastard gave it this name?" Celestial Venerable Zonglong Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile stared and immediately swallowed his saliva. Lord Crocodile didn't say anything just now. In the history of cultivation in the 10 directions heavenly domain, the 9 celestial lords were all invincible. They could suppress the world with a wave of their hand. Even a wily old fox like Wuxing Crocodile could not help but be in awe of the 9 celestial lords. Lin Tian stared ahead and said, "Let's go around." He wanted to say go around, but his words suddenly stopped. 2 beams of shocking divine light shot out from his eyes, staring straight at the 9 mountain ranges. In that instant just now, he felt the aura of the source of Een. It was precisely coming from those 9 mountain ranges. "I want to go in." He was a little excited. The lunar origin aura was unique to Bai Qiu. What? Wuxing Crocodile was so shocked that he almost fell from his head. "Kid, didn't you say that it's a deadly ominous territory? Even a peak Nirvana realm cultivator might not be able to come out alive after entering, right? Wasn't it named by the celestial Lord Zonglong? You want to enter such a dangerous territory. Are you crazy? I sensed her aura inside. My friend should be trapped in this treasure land. Lin Tianandao. He stared ahead, and his eyes were intertwined. Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth and was speechless. Your friend really knows how to choose a place to jump. It's really not simple inside. Not only is the terrain dangerous, but there might be many terrifying evil spirits. Lin Tian said, "How about this? You wait for me outside and I'll go in alone." The light in his eyes became more intense, and golden divine lights jumped out. Whooshing Crocodile was unhappy. What are you talking about? Am I a cowardly crocodile? Since I'm already here, I'll go in together. What's the point of waiting for you outside? You have to be loyal to your friends. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "I see you in a new light." He stared ahead. Since Whooshing Crocodile had said so, he naturally wouldn't be unreasonable. He walked directly toward the 9 mountains. At the same time, he said, "Although I'm not 100% sure that I can escape unscathed after entering, I'm at least 50% sure. I've also dabbled a little in the power of heaven and earth." Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. "You've dabbled in a lot. It's okay." Lin Tianandao. He walked in a straight line and soon entered the range of the 9 red mountains. In an instant, the air seemed to become heavy, and there was an oppressive aura around him. "This is really unusual," Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian nodded and said, "After this, no matter what happens, stay on top of my head. Don't move." He walked into the 9 mountains and was clearly much more careful. With every step, the soles of his feet flashed with dragon patterns. He quickly sank into the ground to explore the power of heaven and earth around him. Then he followed the fluctuations of the aura of heaven and earth and headed forward. Boom! Suddenly the earth trembled. A demonic shadow about 50 feet tall appeared in front of him. It was like a mountain and pressed down on him. For a moment, the entire space shook, and the sky seemed to be collapsing. F***CK. What the hell? Kid dodge. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't move. Just wait patiently. That's an illusion formed by the power of heaven and earth. In reality, it doesn't exist. It's just an illusion. However, once such an illusion appears, the surrounding space will immediately be filled with killing lights. If you move recklessly and come into contact with the invisible killing lights, even a half-step great Dao expert won't be able to withstand it and will be killed on the spot. Lin Tianandao. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. It's fake? Are you sure? Lin Tianandao said, "I'm sure." His tone was very calm, but Whooshing Crocodile had no choice but to believe him. He simply stared at the huge demonic shadow and stepped forward. With a boom, the demonic shadow raised its leg and pressed down like a mountain, covering Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile underneath. Oh my God, if what comes after that is real, Lord Crocodile will be the first to become a meat patty. Whooshing Crocodile shrank its head. Kid, if you're wrong, Lord Crocodile will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Lin Tian didn't say anything and directly stepped forward. Boom! The huge demonic shadow's leg landed, shaking the heavens and earth. However, in the next moment, it passed through Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile's bodies. Nothing happened. It's really an illusion. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His footsteps were very regular as he continued to move forward. Not long after, the ground shook again, and an earth corpse rushed out. Its flesh was rotten, and the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. You can't fool Lord Crocodile this time. Kid, walk straight over. Whooshing Crocodile said. It's real this time. Lin Tian said. He directly propped up the divine fire cauldron. The flames surged and drowned the earth corpse. Suddenly, an ear-piercing roar was heard. The corpse Chi rushed into the sky like a dark cloud rolling away. *TK, it's really real. Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian held a high-grade Dao weapon and swept out the divine fire. Then he used his special footwork and bypassed the earth corpse in the blink of an eye. He followed the fluctuation of the lunar chi and stepped forward. "Kid, why don't you kill it?" Whooshing crocodile asked. "It's formed by the earth vein evil chi. Killing it will take some effort. I don't want to waste time on it now," Lin Tian said. He sensed Bai Qiu's aura and was in a hurry to find him. How could he have the time to kill an earth corpse? Whooshing crocodile acknowledged and didn't say anything else. Lin Tian's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The dragon inscriptions under his feet intertwined as he explored the path. Even though he was in a hurry to find Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he didn't dare be careless in a place like the treasure grounds of good fortune, because once he stepped into this place, a single wrong step could lead to his death. So he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. Roar! After walking for another few hundred feet, there was a sudden roar in front of him. The evil chi was threatening. At the same time, the lunar chi was also extremely rich in the evil chi. There was a strong fluctuation of divine power. Lin Tian was surprised and happy. His footsteps immediately quickened. The golden divine light was dazzling and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 748. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. The purple-clothed girl was none other than Bai Qiu, whom he had been looking for a long time. He finally found her. Divine radiance interweaved around his entire body. He took a step forward, his golden fist oppressing the skies, smashing down on that three-headed, six-armed creature, directly crushing an expanse of the void. Bang! With a boom, the three-headed, six-armed being was directly sent flying, crashing into a huge yellow rock far away. Sand and dust swirled up like a gust of wind, causing Bai Qiu to retreat in shock. Who? Looking ahead through the sand and dust, Bai Qiu held her sword in front of her chest and stared ahead vigilantly. However, in the next moment, when she saw Lin Tian's appearance, she was instantly stunned. Lin Tian had a smile on his face. "Haven't seen each other for a few years. Don't you recognize me?" Bai Qiu stared blankly for a moment. Then, with a wah, he sheathed his sword and pounced over like a child. He hugged Lin Tian tightly, as if he was afraid that Lin Tian would run away. The girl's unique fragrance floated into his nose. Lin Tian thought of the bits and pieces of their past interactions, and the smile on his face deepened. "Io, kid, so your little lover is trapped here. No wonder you're so anxious." Whooshing crocodile was a big mouth. Lin Tian was too lazy to bother with this rogue crocodile and rubbed Bai Qiu's head. Bai Qiu recovered from her initial surprise and hurriedly let go of Lin Tian, sniffling. "So slow. That year, I thought you'd be back in a month or two." This girl was also an optimist. After complaining for a bit, she quickly became happy. "However, to think that you could find this place. We are indeed fated." Seeing Bai Qiu again after a few years, Lin Tian was quite happy. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered Bai Qiu's current realm. Fifth heaven of the Ascension realm, not bad. He sized Bai Qiu up and smiled. "Oh, you've become prettier too." "Really? I think so too." Bai Qiu was quite happy that Lin Tian said she had become prettier. Lin Tian was amused. This girl was still as narcissistic as ever. Hey, you two are so lovey-dovey. How can you just ignore Master Crocodile?" Whooshing Crocodile was dissatisfied. Lin Tian ignored it. Bai Qiu, on the other hand, looked up curiously and poked the five elements crocodile. Then she looked at Lin Tian. "Why did you put a lizard on your head?" Lin Tian, "Bah. Little girl, what's wrong with your eyes?" "Look carefully, I'm an alligator." "Great crocodile, do you understand?" The whooshing crocodile was infuriated. It was an ancient beast, yet it was called a lizard by a human girl. As it spoke, it stared at Bai Qiu and spread open a pair of wings on its back. Bai Qiu's beautiful eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. Lizards have wings. Lin Tian, whooshing crocodile. F***CK. Lin Tian actually wanted to laugh, but he held back in the end. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar sounded. In the distance, the three-headed, six-armed creature that was sent flying by Lin Tianyi stood up again. Its murderous aura was oppressive, and an extremely tyrannical aura spread out, causing hurricanes to appear in the surroundings. Lin Tian protected Bai Qiu behind him and looked up. Be careful, this big guy is very powerful. Bai Qiu said. Whooshing crocodile found an opportunity and immediately attacked Bai Qiu. It's not that it's very powerful, but you're too weak. Little lizard, don't talk nonsense. I'm not weak. Even a half-step great Tao expert is no match for me. Moreover, I still have a great technique that I haven't used. If I use it, it won't be able to defeat me. Bai Qiu said. Whooshing crocodile didn't believe her. Little girl, you're bragging. You're just a little girl. How can you defeat a half-step great Tao expert? As it spoke, its face darkened. Also, don't call Lord Crocodile a little lizard. Lord Crocodile is a crocodile, a crocodile. When it heard the name Little Lizard, it really had the urge to bang its head against the wall. All right. Bai Qiu nodded and said, Little crocodile. Whooshing crocodile. F***CK. That's not even as good as a little lizard. Lin Tian stared at the three-headed, six-armed creature in front of him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could sense the strength of the other party. It was comparable to an ordinary, great Tao expert. Of course, this was only comparable to a great Tao expert in terms of strength. If all kinds of techniques were used together to make a comprehensive comparison, the other party was still far from a true great Tao expert. It can be called invincible under the great Tao. He muttered to himself. Bai Qiu tugged at him and asked softly, Can you defeat it? Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You already said that you can defeat it. Do you think I'm weaker than you? He asked Bai Qiu to stand still while he took a step forward. Golden divine light shone out of his body, becoming extremely dazzling. You've reached the connecting celestial tier. Bai Qiu blinked. However, he immediately felt somewhat puzzled and mumbled, But it's so strange. I feel that your aura has changed completely. It wasn't like this before. Moreover, your true essence wasn't golden in color, either. In the past, when he was below the connecting celestial tier, Lin Tian cultivated the Yin-Yang Sutra. After he reached the connecting celestial tier, he replaced it with the Sun Heart Sutra. Naturally, there were some changes to his aura. The color of his newly born divine power was also different from the color of his true essence. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar rang out in front of him. The three-headed, six-armed creature strode over, and its 6 arms pressed down together. With a crack, the void was torn apart. Lin Tian strode forward and directly clenched his fists. His golden fists shook the sky. Bang! 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 His punches were very fast. 2 golden fists clashed with the enemy's 6 arms, sending out waves of vibrations in the air. After a few breaths, with a poof, blood exploded. One of the 3-headed, 6-armed creature's arms was smashed to pieces. So powerful! Bai Qiu's mouth formed an O shape again. She had just used a powerful sword technique, but it hadn't left a single mark on the creature's body. However, now, Lin Tian had used only his fists to shatter one of the creature's arms. This really surprised her. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, she was no longer surprised. She stared at Lin Tian and mumbled softly, He's still the same as before. His body is as strong as a dragon's. In front of him, the 3-headed, 6-armed creature roared. Its 3 faces all became ferocious, and its eyes were blood red. Lin Tian didn't show any mercy. arcs of electricity interwove at the tip of his fist, and a powerful punch pressed forward. Poof! Blood splattered. The three-headed, six-armed creature was blasted into the sky. Its remaining 5 arms all exploded. Lin Tian's feet flashed. In the next moment, he appeared beside the creature and pressed down with his golden fist again. Boom! The violent punch was like the sound of a sacred drum. It pierced through the void and landed heavily on the creature's abdomen. With a poof, the creature was torn to pieces and directly exploded in the sky. It was smashed to death? Bai Qiu stared. Lin Tian landed and stepped on the ground again. He returned to Bai Qiu's side and said with a smile, "How was it?" After his cultivation reached the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm, his divine power had become more vigorous. Naturally, his physique had become more powerful as well. Now, in terms of physique, even an 8th heaven of the Great Path cultivator might not be able to defeat him. Very powerful. Like a freak. Bai Qiu was surprised. "Lin Tian, don't you know how to speak? What did you mean by like a freak?" After dealing with that creature, he suddenly glanced left and right, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Where's your brother?" he asked. He saw Bai Qiu here, but did not see Bai Ziki. This made him feel very strange. He knew how much Bai Ziki doted on his only sister. It was impossible for him to let Bai Qiu face such a powerful demon spirit alone. Hearing Lin Tian mention Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu immediately became anxious. At the same time, she sniffled. "These 9 mountains are very strange. After my brother and I entered here, we couldn't get out no matter how hard we tried. We were in danger several times. I think it was 3 months ago when we were attacked by a group of very powerful evil spirits. My brother and I got separated. I haven't been able to find him." Lin Tian suddenly understood. No wonder Bai Qiu would fight the 3-headed, 6-armed creature alone here and not see Bai Ziki. It turned out that the siblings were separated. He rubbed Bai Qiu's head and comforted her. "Don't worry. That pig head should still be here. Moreover, you know that he's very strong. Nothing will happen to him. We'll find him immediately." Bai Qiu nodded. Now that Lin Tian was by her side, she felt more at ease. It was as if she had an extra pillar of support. "Do you have any clues?" he asked Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu shook her head dejectedly. She pointed to the northwest and said to Lin Tiandao, "I only remember that my brother was swept in that direction." In the past 3 months, she had been heading in that direction. However, there were too many evil spirits and demon beasts here. Moreover, some of the terrain was very strange. She had almost been in danger several times. After walking for so long, she had not been able to cross that far. "All right, it's fine as long as we know the general location." Lin Tiandao. He pulled Bai Qiu and walked towards the northwest without hesitation. The Gorge of No Return was very vast. The air inside was not cold, but the terrain was very complicated. 2 people and 1 crocodile walked towards the northwest. Gradually, a hazy mist floated out of the air. The mist was very light at first, but it soon became thick, causing the surrounding scenery to become much blurrier. With pure vision, one could only see the scene 1 meter away. "Kid, this mist is strange. Lord Crocodile feels that my sense of direction has become chaotic. My divine consciousness can't distinguish it." Whooshing Crocodile suddenly said, "Me too." Bai Qiu also said. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and continued to move forward. He said, "It's okay. I can distinguish it." The mist was produced by the earth vein essence qi, so it interfered with divine sense. However, he had the dragon burial scripture, so although his divine sense was interfered with, his grasp of the surrounding terrain was not affected. Once the dragon mark appeared, he could clearly see everything around him. "Really? Are you sure you can distinguish it?" Whooshing Crocodile said, "You said before that these 9 mountains are very dangerous. 1 wrong step and you may die. Don't try to be brave just because your little lover is by your side. Your life is more important. Lin Tian was too lazy to bother with it. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He pulled Bai Qiu forward. With every step, dense dragon patterns flickered and quickly disappeared into the ground, then extended in all directions. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Kid, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns. Something came out, and a lot of it. Chapter 749. The surrounding fog was hazy. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Whooshing Crocodile was stunned. "There's something? Why didn't I see it?" In this fog, not only was one's vision hindered, but one's divine sense was also greatly affected. It was difficult to perceive the surroundings. Bai Qiu didn't see or feel it, but he didn't say anything. He just carefully looked around. "You'll see it soon." Lin Tiandao. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, pairs of green eyes lit up in the surrounding fog. They looked a little demonic, causing the temperature of the space to suddenly drop a lot. A chill swept out. Whooshing Crocodile stared. "What the hell is this?" "They're all evil spirits, formed by the earth vein evil qi." Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu glanced around and muttered, "There are so many of them." The green eyes were particularly dazzling in the hazy fog. Even if one's vision and divine sense were hindered, one could still see them at a glance. The next moment, these green eyes all came over, making whooshing sounds. "Kid, they're here," Whooshing Crocodile said. Bai Qiu immediately wanted to use the Bai family's great technique, but he was stopped by Lin Tian. "I'll do it." Lin Tiandao. With a buzz, he directly propped up the yin-yang lotusy. The dense black and white lotus petals swept out like black and white swords. Suddenly, ear-piercing screams rang out. His yin-yang lotus sea was able to restrain all evils. These creatures with green eyes were formed from baleful qi, so they were naturally a type of evils. Under his sea of consciousness, it was very difficult for them to withstand. In the blink of an eye, all the green eyes disappeared, and the chill in the air disappeared. "Let's go." Lin Tiandao. He pulled Bai Qiu along as he strode forward slowly and steadily. With every step he took, dragon patterns would interweave beneath his feet. Even though the mist in the surroundings was extremely dense, it did not affect him in the slightest. The dragon patterns stretched out, and everything was directly presented in his sea of divine sense. Soon, the mist in the air became faint and slowly disappeared. His vision and divine sense were no longer affected. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the surrounding soil turned even redder. "Who?" Suddenly, a gust of strong wind swept up from not far away. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strange creatures appeared in their field of vision. They had no nose on their faces, only a mouth and an eye. They looked demonic and horrifying, causing one's scalp to go numb. The auras these single-eyed creatures released were all extremely powerful, and their fiendish auras were extremely dense. They were like death gods as they pressed towards the two individuals and the alligator. They are truly comparable to great Tao experts. Every single one of them is more than 10 times stronger than the 6-armed monster from before. Whooshing Crocodile glared at him. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu naturally sensed the aura emanating from the other party's body, and their expressions changed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of one-eyed creatures approached. Their murderous auras swirled around them as they attacked the two people and the crocodile. "Don't attack, just dodge them." Lin Tiandao. With so many powerful creatures gathered together, it was obviously not a wise choice to fight them head-on. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet flickered, forming a dragon pattern. He pulled Bai Qiu with him as they shuttled through the dozens of single-eyed creatures. His steps were strange, looking mysterious and dreamy. It was as if he was stepping on Tao marks as he moved forward, but it also seemed like he was teleporting. The single-eyed creatures around him were clearly densely packed, and they were all madly attacking. but they could not even scratch the corner of his clothes. Whooshing Crocodile glared. Brat, your movement speed is suddenly faster than a Wuxian expert. How did you do it? I just wanted to do it, so I did it. Lin Tian said casually. The terrain of this place was a little special. He temporarily borrowed the momentum here to use the dragon burial scripture. Relying on the special terrain, his speed naturally could not be measured by common sense. In the blink of an eye, he circled around the dozens of single-eyed creatures and continued forward. Soon, a day passed, and the two people and the alligator walked far away. Big Brother's aura, I can feel it. It's just ahead. Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised and pointed at a mountain in front of them. Lin Tian naturally also felt Bai Ziqi's aura. It was coming from the mountain that Bai Qiu pointed at. He looked at the mountain, and the light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. In the next moment, he frowned. Just now, he used the dragon burial scripture to explore. He only felt that the mountain seemed to be in a boundless fog, but it also seemed to be in a nest of ferocious beasts. The mountain itself was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour all creatures that came close. Your big brother really knows how to choose a place to jump. He was speechless. No matter how he looked at it, that mountain was the most dangerous place in this blessed land. Bai Qiu tilted her head to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head. Since he found Bai Ziqi's aura, he naturally would not hesitate and directly pulled Bai Qiu toward the mountain. He was very fast. The dragon patterns scanned the surroundings to find a safe route. It didn't take long for them to reach the front of the mountain. When they were close to the mountain, the surrounding air seemed to be more oppressive. There was a majestic force in the air as if the Milky Way was about to fall from the sky. Brat Lin, why does this mountain look like a monster? Lord Crocodile has a bad feeling about this place. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. That's right. Lin Tian said. When they arrived, Bai Ziqi's aura became stronger. It was coming from the mountain. He didn't stop and directly stepped into the mountain with Bai Qiu. Entering the mountain, there was very sparse vegetation growing in the mountain. They could only see one every few hundred feet. Moreover, they were all withered. Most of them were crimson stones and yellow soil. It's an ominous place at first glance. Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Little Crocodile, don't be long-winded. Can you be a man? I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Bai Qiu said, Whooshing Crocodile. I #yen. Don't call me Little Crocodile. Lin Tian scanned the surroundings. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet spread out and spread to the surroundings. He followed Bai Ziqi's aura and walked forward. As he walked, his pace seemed to be slower. He was very cautious. Whoosh! A breeze blew. Not far away, a withered old tree swayed with the wind. On the withered tree, yellow leaves fell and drifted towards the two people and the crocodile with the breeze. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the yellow leaves and said in surprise, Why do these leaves look like a human? Bai Qiu looked over and agreed. Yes, the leaf network on the leaves looks like the meridians of the human body. Let's grab a piece and take a look. Whooshing Crocodile stretched out its claws and stretched forward. Stop, don't move. Lin Tian stared at the leaves for a while. The next moment he was moved. He swayed his feet and used the dragon pattern to explore the way. In an instant, he moved more than 30 feet away. Brat, how swish! Before Whooshing Crocodile could finish speaking, a withered leaf landed on a red boulder in the area where they were previously. It instantly melted the boulder completely. At the same time, other leaves fell. Anything that came into contact with them melted in the blink of an eye. Not even a speck of dust was left. Immediately, Whooshing Crocodile and Bai Qiu could not help but be shocked. Whooshing Crocodile opened its mouth. Those leaves! Lin Tian glanced at the withered trees in this mountain and said, These old trees are soul-bearing trees. The leaves are soul-bearing leaves. They look no different from ordinary leaves. However, once they come into contact with them, they will immediately suffer. Not to mention their bodies will be corroded. Even their divine power and soul will be annihilated in an instant. Even great Tao realm experts will not be able to withstand it. It's so cruel. Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes. Lin Tian nodded. This mountain is the most dangerous place in this terrain. Don't underestimate anything. He spoke very seriously. He sized up the surroundings and continued forward. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and the crocodile had already been in this mountain for more than 12 hours. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing divine power fluctuation came from ahead. The power of lightning surged. It's brother! Bai Qiu was delighted. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. His speed immediately increased. Soon, he crossed a distance of more than 10,000 feet. There was a depression in front of them. Large boulders were scattered around. A purple-clothed young man was fighting with a group of humanoid creatures with black scales. These humanoid creatures were all more than 10 feet tall. They were like giants and were very strong. The purple-clothed young man was Baiziki. Lightning interweaved around his body, and he killed a humanoid creature. Black blood splattered all over the sky. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 30 humanoid creatures lying on the ground. They were all corpses. They had all been killed. Brother! Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised. After more than 3 months, she had finally found her biological brother. Naturally, she was very happy. When Baiziki heard this, he quickly turned his head to look. When he saw Bai Qiu, his somewhat resolute expression instantly relaxed. Clearly, he had been very worried about her during this period. However, in the next moment, his gaze focused. He saw Lin Tian beside Bai Qiu. It's you! Lin Tian waved his hand and greeted with a smile. Yo! Baiziki snorted coldly. Clearly, he still did not like him. Lightning interweaved around his body as he fought with a group of humanoid creatures that were more than 10 feet tall. There were many of these humanoid creatures, and all of them were very terrifying. They were far stronger than ordinary half-step Great Tao experts. Although they were not invincible under the Great Tao realm, they were close. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at the dozens of humanoid creatures, corpses on the ground, and was a little surprised. These humanoid creatures, one of them is equivalent to 5 half-step Great Tao experts. He is facing so many of them at the same time and actually slaughtered more than 30 of them alive. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have suffered any injuries. It's just that his divine power is about to dry up. Lin Tian was not very surprised. Baiziki's talent was astonishing. Moreover, he had the Thunder God physique. His battle prowess had always been very terrifying. Help! Bai Qiu pushed him. What's the hurry? Let's wait a little longer. Lin Tian pursed his lips. At the same time, he pulled Bai Qiu back, not allowing her to go forward. You saw it just now. He snorted coldly at me the moment we met. Let those monsters beat him up first. Bai Qiu was stunned. Then she became furious. What are you talking about? Chapter 750. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian was speechless. Who's being despicable? Don't you know how to talk? Help! Bai Qiu was so angry that he pushed Lin Tian again. At this moment, Baiziki was surrounded by a group of humanoid creatures that were about 10 feet tall. His divine power was really about to be depleted. Even though his attacks weren't messy, his footsteps were faintly shaky. Kid, if you don't help now, your brother-in-law might accidentally die. Whooshing Crocodile laughed. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw that Baiziki's situation was becoming more and more obvious. Baiziki's stamina was about to run out. Lin Tian stopped watching and let go of Bai Qiu. With a step, he flashed over and kicked away a humanoid creature that was attacking Baiziki. You killed more than 30 great beasts by yourself. Not bad, he said. Baiziki snorted coldly. He did not want to talk to him. Lin Tian pursed his lips. Golden divine light surged around his body. A divine sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out a large sword light. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. He used the high heaven sword scripture, so his attack was naturally shockingly powerful. It did not take long for him to tear apart a powerful humanoid creature and mince it into minced meat. Baiziki was moved. A glint flashed across his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Lin Tian's sword technique. So powerful! Bai Qiu was also shocked. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and it reverberated in this space. Lin Tian used the high heaven sword scripture to the extreme. The golden sword light swept across the sky. It was really unstoppable. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. It tore apart powerful humanoid creatures, one after another. Blood splattered all over the sky. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Poof! Lin Tian slashed out a 3-meter-long sword light with the back of his hand, killing the last humanoid creature. Its demonic body was directly torn into pieces. In an instant, the place became much quieter. Lin Tian put away his immortal sword and looked at Baiziki. He teased, "Baiziki, can you stand still? Do you want me to support you?" Baiziki snorted coldly. His face was slightly pale. He secretly operated the Bai family's mental cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy in this space to heal his injuries. Bai Qiu ran over and grabbed Baiziki's arm. "Brother, are you hurt?" Baiziki shook his head and looked Bai Qiu up and down. Seeing that Bai Qiu was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian studied Baiziki. Now, Baiziki was in the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Although his divine power was almost depleted, the aura he naturally exuded was still very strong. He really did seem to have a trace of the majesty of the thunder god. Boom! Suddenly the space trembled. An evil aura swept out from the depths of the mountain, causing the sky to tremble. As soon as this aura appeared, the heaven and earth instantly became deathly silent. As far as the eye could see, there was a mine in the depths of the mountain. The evil aura spread out from there, as if the door to the underworld had been opened. Instantly, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's expressions changed. They were both shocked by this aura. Even Wuxing Crocodile, who had once reached the peak of Nirvana realm, was no exception. He felt a deep sense of horror. "That mine is a little scary. We can't go near it. Now that we've found the person, don't stay. Hurry up and leave." Wuxing Crocodile spoke very quickly. At this time, the aura overflowing from the mine was really terrifying. It was a little scary, and it gave people a deep sense of powerlessness. Lin Tian grunted. Naturally, he also felt the danger of the mine. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned around and went back the way he came. Baiziki frowned and didn't say anything. He followed Bai Qiu and followed Lin Tian. Soon an hour passed. "Kid, after walking for so long, why does Grandpa Crocodile feel that we are closer to the mine?" Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said, "I feel the same way." Bai Qiu whispered. In the beginning, they were only about 50 miles away from the mine in the depths of the mountain, but now, after walking with their backs to the mine for an hour, they seemed to be only 40 miles away from the mine. Lin Tian frowned and looked into the distance. After walking for an hour, they were indeed a little closer to the mine. Baiziki spoke at this time and said in a deep voice, "This mountain is very strange. After I stepped here, I tried to walk out several times, but I failed. No matter how I walked, I was getting closer and closer to the depths of the mountain. Instead, I attracted many evil spirits." Earlier, when Lin Tian was walking out, he frowned because he had already done it several times before. However, he had failed every time. At this time, Lin Tian and the others also failed. That's why he mentioned this matter. "Brother-in-law, why did you jump in here?" Wuxing Crocodile said angrily. Baiziki stared at Wuxing Crocodile and frowned. In the end, he just snorted coldly. "Okay, let's continue." Lin Tiandao. After speaking, he continued to walk in the opposite direction of the mine in the depths of the mountain. However, after a few hours, he found that his group was even closer to the mine. They were only 30 miles away. At this time, the sky gradually became dark and the full moon rose. The moonlight sprinkled on the mountain, making it a vast expanse of silver. The world became much quieter because of this. Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others walked out, but at this moment it was not quiet at all. They had been walking with their backs to the mine for a long time, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not get far away from the mine. It was as if there was a terrifying force pulling them, trying to pull them into the mine. Even if Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture, it was useless. As time passed, the night grew darker and more monsters appeared in this mountain range. In the east, a single-horned wolf howled at the sky. It was ferocious and intimidating, comparable to a seventh firmament of the great Tao cultivator. In the south, a few old corpses were breathing in and out moonlight toward the starry sky. Corpse chi interweaved around like an ocean. In the west, a group of one-eyed creatures stood alone and did not move. They were demonic and terrifying. In the north, a 15-meter-tall giant demon was walking. Every step it took made the earth tremble. At the same time, all kinds of monsters appeared in other corners of this mountain. They were all very unusual. It's a gathering of demons and ghosts. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. Stop joking. Let's go quickly. Lin Tiandao. He appeared to be very careful. The dragon burial scripture was circulating rapidly. More and more dragon patterns entered the ground, searching for the veins of this world. They moved out of the mountain. The route was indeed toward the outside. However, when he came back to his senses, their group was closer to the mine. They were less than 20 miles away. We won't be trapped here forever, right? This is not good. We'll be dismembered and eaten by the demons and ghosts here. Whooshing Crocodile stared. In fact, at this time, there were already demons in the darkness staring at them. A few old corpses in the south strode over and stared straight at Lin Tian, Baiziki, and Baiqiu. They were surrounded by thick corpse chi. Let's go. Don't face them head-on. It'll attract more monsters. Lin Tiandao. He seriously circulated the dragon burial scripture and used the dragon patterns to explore the surrounding environment and terrain. He continued to lead the way in front. However, after an hour, there was still no effect. Instead, they were only 19 miles away from the mine. Kid, how are you leading the way? Lord Crocodile is coming. Whooshing Crocodile said. As it spoke, it flew out from Lin Tian's head and said, 3 little cubs, follow your Lord Crocodile. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. The distance between the 3 of them and the crocodile became 14 miles. Lin Tian glanced at it, and the latter suddenly looked embarrassed. Let me do it. Baiqiu stepped forward bravely. After an hour, the distance between them and the mine became 11 miles. The 2 of them and the crocodile tilted their heads and looked at Baiziki. Didn't I say before? Before you came, I had already walked hundreds of times. It's useless. Baiziki said. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the mine in the depths of the mountain. As it was closer, the evil and terrifying aura was more profound. It couldn't help but curse, damn it. What kind of broken place is this? It's so evil. This kind of general trend involves a lot of things. It can't be judged with common sense. Lin Tiandao. His mood was a little heavy. In the past, he had encountered similar dangerous situations that were difficult to get out of. However, relying on the dragon burial scripture, he spent some essence and finally walked out. But now, this blessed land was too extraordinary. He had already brought out a dense number of dragon patterns underground, but it was useless. He couldn't leave this mountain at all. It was as if there was an invisible, demonic power shrouding them, trying to pull them into the mine. What should we do now? Or do we keep walking out like this? But Lord Crocodile thinks that it's useless no matter how far we go. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. What should we do? Baiqiu looked at Lin Tian. then at his brother Bai Ziki, and then at Lin Tian. Bai Ziki frowned. Although he was very strong, he was helpless in the face of this kind of general trend. Lin Tian stared at the mine, dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. After a pause, he said, "We can only enter that mine." "What?" Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. "Kid, are you stupid?" Not only it, but even Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu looked at him. At this time, even though they were very far away, they could feel that the mine was very scary. It was like the gate to hell. There was a demonic force leading them there, and they had been avoiding the mine all this time. But now, Lin Tian actually said that they could directly enter the mine. Lin Tian stared at the mine with a serious expression, but he was very calm. He said, "First, no matter where we go now, we can't get out. We're always close to the mine. This is a kind of reverse trend. If we want to break through this reverse trend, we can only enter the mine and find a way out of the mountain. In other words, we can only leave this mountain by entering the mine. There's no other choice. Second, in this mountain, the great calamities seem to have discovered us and are approaching us. We can't stop them all. Third, this place is called the Blessed Land of Fortune. Although it's called the Ominous Territory, there's another meaning to it. That is, there's an extraordinary divine item in this general trend." As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the mine in the depths. "I'm guessing that if this blessed land really gave birth to a divine item, then the divine item must be in that mine." End of chapter. Chapter 751. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and Whooshing Crocodile were all moved. Bai Chiu and Whooshing Crocodile said at the same time, "Is there a god artifact there?" After that, the man and Crocodile stared at each other again. Lin Tian nodded and said, "If there is a god artifact here, it must be there." "You just said that this place is against the trend of heaven and earth. Do you know anything about it?" Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian. "I dabbled in it a little." Lin Tian glanced back. At this time, there was a low roar and the earth was shaking. Many ferocious spirits in this mountain range were approaching. "There's no time. Let's go." Lin Tian Dao. After he finished speaking, he immediately walked in the front and headed toward the mine. There was a saying in ancient times that they would fight to survive. That was what they had to do now. Only by entering the mine could they find a way out of the mountain range. The ferocious spirits roared all around. The terrifying one-eyed creature, the terrifying demonic shadow, and the violent ferocious wolf were all closing in. Whooshing Crocodile looked behind and immediately shrank its neck. "Hurry up. We're going to be swallowed." As it spoke, it was indignant. "Kid, Lord Crocodile realized that you are really a jinx. Nothing good ever happens after meeting you. First, I lost my cultivation. Then I was chased by ghosts. After walking for a month in the underground river, I am now being chased by a group of monsters and ferocious spirits. As it complained, it became even angrier. Damn it. If Lord Crocodile's cultivation was still at its peak, these little bastards would be nothing. Lord Crocodile would stare them to death." Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with it. He used the dragon tattoo to open a path underground. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and they were getting closer and closer to the mine. As they got closer to the mine, the oppressive aura became stronger, and the space became quieter. Why do I see a few corpses walking in the cave?" Bai Chiu suddenly said. These words undoubtedly shocked the other two people and the crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile said angrily, "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. We have already decided to go there to seize the divine object. To find a way out. Don't hurt our morale." That mine was very unusual. If there were corpses moving inside, they would be at least at the divine ghost level, which was enough to completely destroy them. Bai Chiu nodded and muttered, "All right, maybe I was mistaken." Lin Tian and Bai Ziki both glanced at Bai Chiu, a glint flashing across their eyes. "In short, we can only go to that place now. After entering that place, we must be very careful." Lin Tian Dao. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Bai Qiu had the Lunar King physique and had the lunar origin. Her perception of evil spirits was much more sensitive than his. Now that Bai Qiu said that she saw corpses walking in the mine, it was very likely that there were corpses moving inside. If that was the case, those corpses would be very scary and they would not be able to stop them. However, they had no choice now. If they did not enter the mine, they would not be able to leave. Moreover, they would not be able to stop the monsters and evil spirits in this mountain range. This terrain has nurtured many evil spirits, but at the same time, it has trapped them here. Otherwise, if they were allowed to walk out, who knows how big of a disaster it would cause. He muttered to himself, "Roar!" The moonlight became even more hazy. There were shocking roars of fierce beasts that shook the sky. As the moonlight in the sky became brighter, the evil spirits in this mountain range also became more active. They were originally slowly approaching Lin Tian and the others, but now they were running and chasing after them. For a moment, the ground shook. There was a dark, demonic mist surging and gray, demonic light intertwining. A large amount of sand and dust sputtered from the ground. Lin Tian was moved, and he immediately sped up. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had powerful cultivation, so their speed was naturally not bad. They followed behind him steadily. Soon, they finally came to the depths of this mountain range and appeared in front of the mine. Standing in front of the mine at a close distance, they saw that there was a dark mist in the cave, as if it was a demonic realm. At this time, they stood at the entrance of the mine, as if their minds were about to be swallowed by the mine. What a demonic place! It makes Lord Crocodile's heart palpitate. Whooshing, Crocodile muttered. After all, it had reached the peak of Nirvana realm and had seen a lot. However, at this moment, facing the mine, it felt a chill down its spine. Roar! In the distance, the 5-meter-tall demonic shadow and other evil spirits had approached and stopped at a position hundreds of feet away from the mine. Although they stared at Lin Tian and the others and roared, they did not dare to come closer. Obviously, they were afraid of the mine. Such a scene made Bai Ziki frown. The actions of these evil spirits undoubtedly made the mine even more terrifying. Let's go. This is the only way now. Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he walked into the mine first. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu naturally did not hesitate and followed in. As soon as they entered the mine, the 3 people and the crocodile suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts. They only felt a chill down their spine. This is really not a place for crocodiles to come. If we don't find the divine object in here. If we don't find a way out, we are really sorry for crocodiles. Whooshing Crocodile said. The 3 of them didn't pay any attention to it. They were all looking around vigilantly. The space in this mine was very large. There were red stones and sand everywhere. At the same time, there was a faint black mist floating in the air, giving people a gloomy feeling. It was as if they were really walking in the underworld. The dragon patterns on Lin Tian's feet flickered. Strands of dragon patterns sank into the ground and extended in all directions to explore the direction of the mine. They walked in the mine and walked deeper into the mine. From time to time, the sound of their own footsteps could be heard from both sides. "Kid, have you found a way out?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian walked forward. While exploring the path with the dragon patterns, he said, "Do you think this is like picking up stones and you can find it as soon as you come in?" Whooshing Crocodile pursed its lips and did not say anything. Not only was the mine vast, but there were also many forks. The deeper they went, the colder the air became. Da-ba! 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 The 3 of them walked in the mine. Their footsteps kept echoing in the air. Speaking of which, Kid, why are the footsteps echoing out getting weirder and weirder? It seems like there are a few more people. Whooshing Crocodile said. I think so too. Bai Qiu muttered. The next moment, a faint light flickered from her body. She suddenly turned her head and looked behind her. About 10 feet away from them, 5 figures were following behind them. Their faces were as white as paper, without the slightest trace of blood. It was 5 corpses. Immediately, Bai Qiu reminded them loudly, causing Lin Tian and the others to look back. Then their expressions changed. There were 5 corpses following behind them, but they did not notice. It's them. The corpses I saw outside were them. Bai Qiu said. The 5 corpses stood side by side. The clothes on their bodies were very ancient. One of the old corpses grinned at the 3 of them and the crocodile. Suddenly, blood gushed out from its mouth, making it look 10 times more terrifying. Damn, you're already dead and you're still vomiting blood. Do you have to scare me like that? Whooshing crocodile cursed. The 5 corpses did not roar. They continued to move and pounced toward the 3 of them and the crocodile. There was no terrifying yin qi or shocking ghost fog, but there was an extremely terrifying aura pressing toward them. Let's go. Lin Tian made a prompt decision. These 5 old corpses were even more terrifying than the 3 ghosts he had encountered in the underground space. If these 5 corpses were to work together, they would definitely not be a match for them if they did not rely on external objects to fight head-on. Therefore, the wisest choice was to stay away from them. For a moment, the 3 of them rushed forward together with the sound of something breaking through the air. Behind them, the 5 old corpses chased after them. They were not slow either. Their faces were as white as snow, and there was no change in their expressions. They were very stiff. However, it was precisely because of this that they were even more terrifying and terrifying. Kid, hurry up! Whooshing crocodile urged. Lin Tian stepped forward while paying attention to his back. The distance between them and the 5 old corpses was getting closer. He gritted his teeth slightly. A light flickered between his eyebrows. He directly propped up the yin-yang lotusy and faced the 5 old corpses head-on. Clang! The black and white lotus sword vibrated and clanged, slashing at the 5 old corpses like a divine sword. He naturally did not think that this could kill or heavily injure the 5 old corpses. He only wanted to use this to disrupt them and slow them down a bit to increase the distance between them. Baiziki's expression was calm. He clearly knew why Lin Tian did this. Lightning flickered on the surface of his body, and several streaks of lightning struck behind him. He had the thunder god physique, and the thunder origin power also had a restraining effect on demons and evil. I'm coming too, Bai Qiu said. A ring of dim light rushed out from her body. It was gentle but not cold, and attacked the 5 old corpses. The 3 divine powers could be said to have a great restraining effect on demons and evil, especially Bai Qiu's power. After cultivating to the 5th layer of the immortal realm, her lunar origin was even brighter. She was also more proficient in controlling it. This caused the 5 old corpses to pause for a moment. This pause was naturally very precious to Lin Tian and the other 2 powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them and the crocodile had rushed far away. Stop! Lin Tian suddenly said. At the same time, he pulled Bai Qiu back. The whooshing crocodile spoke very quickly. What's the matter, kid? There's a monster chasing after us. Why are you stopping? Lin Tian did not say much. He picked up a rock and threw it forward. Poochie! With a sizzling sound, the stone landed in front of him. The originally empty air was suddenly filled with dense killing lights, directly shattering the stone. F*CK. What the F*CK? What's going on? The whooshing crocodile stared. It was not only it. Even Baiziki and Bai Qiu were shocked. They were all moved. If not for Lin Tian's warning, they would definitely be instantly shattered like that rock if they rushed over directly. The gathering of the malevolent aura of the earth veins has formed a great killing trap here. As long as something gets close to it, the peerless killing light nurtured underground will immediately rush up. Even great Tao powerhouses will find it difficult to resist and will be instantly killed. Lin Tian said in a low voice, Then what should we do? There's a great killing trap in front of us, and there are 5 corpses behind us. Are we going to be caught in the middle? The whooshing crocodile was slightly anxious. Chapter 752. The killing formation was right in front of them, and they couldn't cross it. However, there were still 5 terrifying corpses chasing after them, not to mention the 5 elements crocodile. Even the usually calm Baiziki couldn't help but frown. "I'll open a path. You guys look behind you," Lin Tian said. The whooshing crocodile was puzzled. "Open a path? This is a killing formation. How are you going to open it?" "Buzz." The space shook as Lin Tian took a step forward. Dense dragon patterns flickered, no longer extending from the soles of his feet to the ground. At the same time, they also spread above the ground, spreading in all directions like a spider web. At this moment, he fully activated the dragon burial scripture, entering the killing formation with the dragon patterns, forcibly changing the direction of the earth veins in the killing formation. He wanted to temporarily open a path to continue moving forward. Seeing this light, both Baiziki and Baichio were shocked. The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened in an instant. Why does this look like the dragon patterns recorded in the ancient books? It looks like the supreme secret technique of the celestial, venerable dragon burial scripture. As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide. F***CK, brat, you said that you dabbled in some things related to the momentum of heaven and earth. Could it be that you're cultivating the dragon burial scripture? The celestial, venerable dragon burial scripture was known to be able to bury the momentum of heaven and earth. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even bury the ancestral dragon's vein. The whooshing crocodile had once reached the peak of nirvana and read many ancient books, so it naturally knew about the dragon burial scripture. Previously, in the underground space, Lin Tian had also relied on the dragon burial scripture to kill the powerhouses of the Bone Clan and the Stone God Clan, burying 3 divine ghosts. However, at that time, the dragon patterns were underground, so it didn't see them. At this time, when Lin Tian used the dragon patterns to spread above the ground, it saw these dragon patterns and guessed that Lin Tian had cultivated the dragon burial scripture divine technique. The celestial, venerable dragon burial scripture's technique? Baichio stared. Even Baiziki was surprised. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. Each of the 9 celestial venerables was known as the strongest cultivators in the history of cultivation in the 10 directions celestial domain. With a raise of their hand, they could suppress the entire world. Lin Tian actually mastered the divine technique of one of the 9 celestial venerables, Zhang Long. Right at this moment, an oppressive aura gushed out from behind them. It was as though a river of hell had appeared, causing Baiziki, Baichio, and the 5 elements alligator to be startled. They turned their gazes behind them. Without even thinking, they knew that the 5 corpses were chasing after them. "Kid, hurry up and fall!" Whooshing crocodile hurriedly urged him. At this time, he had no time to be surprised. Lin Tian naturally sensed that the 5 corpses were closing in on him. He raised both of his hands and made a series of hand seals at lightning speed. Streaks of dragon-marked divine seals swept out horizontally. It was as if a dense stream of light was rushing forward. Done! A divine light flashed in his eyes as he took the lead and charged forward. F***CK. Kid, why don't you test it first before charging? Whooshing crocodile was lying on top of Lin Tian's head. It instantly felt a chill down its spine. Just now, it saw with its own eyes how Lin Tian crushed the stone in front of them in an instant. Although it guessed that Lin Tian had mastered the dragon burial scripture and had absolute authority on the path of ominous situations of heaven and earth, it was naturally not confident that he would charge forward without testing it first. But fortunately, after Lin Tian rushed forward, nothing happened to him at all. "You scared this grandpa crocodile to death." Whooshing crocodile let out a long sigh of relief. Baiziki and Baichio followed behind Lin Tian without saying a word. They were very fast. "Kid, how long can the path you opened through the ominous situation of heaven and earth last?" Whooshing crocodile asked Lin Tian. After all, there were 5 corpses chasing behind them. They couldn't leave the path to them. It's already broken. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing crocodile nodded. That's good. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, there was a rumble behind them. The 5 corpses chased after them and directly rushed into the ominous situation of heaven and earth. They drew out rays of killing light that were like the sonorous sound of sword chi. They were densely packed. However, this kind of killing light did not cut the 5 corpses into pieces. Although it cut out streaks of black blood, it did not make them fall. They stepped forward in the ominous situation of heaven and earth. Pieces of flesh flew everywhere, and black blood splattered everywhere. They crossed the ominous situation of heaven and earth step by step. Damn it! These corpses, ghostly bodies, are actually so strong. They're more than twice as strong as the divine ghosts. Whooshing crocodile cursed. So fierce! Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Lin Tian looked back. The light of the dragon patterns intertwined under his feet, searching for the direction of the ley lines. Don't worry about them. They might not be annihilated after entering the ominous situation of heaven and earth, but it will take a long time for them to completely cross it. Let's stay away from them now, he said. As he spoke, he sped up and led the way. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu nodded. They no longer cared about the 5 corpses behind them. They followed Lin Tian and moved forward quickly. As they moved forward, the air in the mine became a little colder. From time to time, there would be some cold water droplets falling from above. The terrain also became a little complicated. The 3 people and 1 crocodile traveled in the mine. Along the way, they encountered several ominous situations of heaven and earth, but they were all broken by Lin Tian. Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, and Whooshing Crocodile also learned from Lin Tian that Lin Tian had indeed mastered the secret technique of Celestial Venerable Jinlong. Kid, you still haven't found the way out? Whooshing Crocodile asked. What's the hurry? It's not that fast. Lin Tian Ondao. He had been exploring the surroundings with the dragon mark, but unfortunately he didn't gain much. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and looked around, but it didn't say anything. Lin Tian explored this mine with the dragon mark, walking at the forefront. His footsteps were sometimes slow and sometimes fast. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. Kid, why does Grandpa Crocodile feel that we are going underground now? Whooshing Crocodile suddenly said. Bai Qiu nodded. I think so too. Bai Ziki didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Tian, obviously having the same feeling. I am using the dragon mark to find the way and explore the direction of the ominous situation of heaven and earth. Although I haven't found the way out yet, following the dragon mark will not be wrong. He said, the dragon burial scripture was created by Celestial Venerable Zhang Qi. He believed that there was no mistake. Hearing what he said, Whooshing Crocodile nodded. It wouldn't doubt the ancient, celestial, venerable. Time passed quickly, and soon another 3 hours passed. At this time, the 3 people and 1 crocodile walked for a long time. Suddenly, a gap about 1 meter wide and 10 meters high appeared in front of them. There seemed to be a small space inside, and there were traces of light spreading out through the gap. The dragon mark points to the gap. Lin Tian. He didn't hesitate. His footsteps were faster, and he stepped into the gap in the blink of an eye. Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu followed him and stepped in. Here, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge karst cave behind the gap. It was so big that it was unimaginable. The inside gave people a warm feeling, and the spiritual energy was very abundant. It formed a sharp contrast with the cold environment outside the gap. It's really strange, Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the dragon mark light as he looked around. Suddenly his face changed, and he looked up at the sky above. Above him, about 15 meters above his head, a light sphere with a diameter of 1 meter was floating quietly. It was emitting wisps of hazy halos, as if it was a star, dazzling the eyes of those who saw it. Instantly his face changed color, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Bai Ziki, Bai Chiu, and Whooshing Crocodile naturally noticed his strange behavior. They immediately followed his gaze. Then the expressions of the three people and one crocodile changed drastically. They were all attracted by the light sphere about 1 meter in diameter. Divine item. It's definitely a divine item that will shock the world. Whooshing Crocodile almost drooled. It rushed up from Lin Tian's head without hesitation and grabbed at the light sphere. Lin Tian raised his hand and pulled it back. Kid, why are you pulling Grandpa Crocodile? Take it back and we'll share it equally. It won't be a problem for us to enter the great virtue realm. Whooshing Crocodile shouted. This light sphere about 1 meter in diameter was too extraordinary. It made an old monster like it, who had once reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, tremble. It was like a lecherous man who had seen a naked beauty. Lin Tianyi pulled it back and said in a low voice, Don't touch it if you don't want to die. Staring at the light sphere, he felt a chill run down his spine. Kid, what are you talking about? This is a divine item. What do you mean don't touch it if you don't want to die? Is it poisonous? Whooshing Crocodile said. It flapped its wings, still looking like it wanted to rush over. The creation treasure land, the 9 mountain ranges, have already formed the 9 dragons playing with Pearl's immortal force. This light sphere is a dragon pearl that has taken the creation of heaven and earth and condensed the core of this immortal force. He said in a low voice, Condensed the core of this immortal force. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Isn't that great? Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu looked at Lin Tian. According to Lin Tian, this dragon pearl could be said to be a world-shaking divine item. But from the looks of it, Lin Tian's expression was incomparably fearful. What's so great about it? You'd better behave yourself. Lin Tian directly slapped Whooshing Crocodile, who wanted to grab the dragon pearl again, and said, 9 dragons playing with pearls. If the 9 mountain ranges are 9 dragons, where should this dragon pearl be? Normally, it should be in the middle of the 9 mountains. It shouldn't be in any of the mountains. But now this dragon pearl is in this mountain. Think about it. What's going on? Don't you think it's strange? A mountain is a mountain. You even said that it's a dragon. Of course it's strange. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it again. The creation treasure land evolved the 9 dragons playing with Pearl's immortal force. It's already heaven-defying and extremely dangerous. Now, the dragon pearl has shifted, making this immortal force even more terrifying. Almost all the dangerous forces have condensed in this place, forming an eternal killing trap. Now that dragon pearl is where the killing intent is. Unless a chaotic realm expert comes in person, anyone who touches it will die, he said in a low voice. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Kid, aren't you exaggerating? Do you have to scare me like that? Chapter 753. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Ziki and Bai Chiu's expressions changed, while the Whooshing Crocodile's eyes were still wide open. This means that we can only look at it, but not eat it. The Whooshing Crocodile said angrily, Don't touch it. Lin Tian warned again. The dragon pearl was indeed a heaven-defying divine object. If they obtained it and divided it among the 3 of them and the crocodile, everyone would be able to step into the great Tao realm. Moreover, there would be other shocking gains. But now, such a divine object was not something that small cultivators like them could digest. Once they touched it, they would immediately attract the merciless attack of the eternal killing trap. Lord Crocodile is not satisfied. The Whooshing Crocodile stared at the dragon pearl. Bai Chiu stared at it. Little crocodile, don't move. The Whooshing Crocodile was even angrier. Little girl, you're deliberately trying to anger your Lord Crocodile to death. I told you not to call me a little crocodile. Bai Chiu snorted and ignored it. Where's the way out? Have you found it? Bai Ziki had always been very calm. At this time he asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Found it. He pointed to the ground of the karst cave and said, the dragon pearl has moved. Naturally, it came from underground. In this place, the exit is under the karst cave. There must be a passage leading to the outside. You mean we should break the ground here and find the way out? Baiqiu asked. That's right. Let's do it now. Lin Tian said to Baiziki and Baiqiu, remember to control your divine power carefully when you attack to avoid other unforeseen circumstances. As he said that, his expression suddenly changed again. He turned his head to look at the gap that they had walked in from. At this time, 3 strange creatures appeared silently. They had a human head, wind feathers, and a dragon tail. All of them emitted extremely powerful auras. They were at least 10 feet tall and stared at the 3 people and the crocodile numbly and emotionlessly. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Sensing the strength of the 3 strange creatures, its eyes narrowed. It should be the guardian spirit of the dragon pearl. Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded and said, indeed. His complexion became even more dignified. This place is far more dangerous than I thought. Not only does the eternal killing array surround the dragon bead, but there are also guardian spirits. These 3 life forms are terrifying. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, the 3 guardian creatures let out a low roar and attacked at the same time. With a rumble, the space trembled slightly, and an extremely terrifying force intertwined. Be careful, Lin Tiandao. Facing these 3 guardian spirits, he did not hold back. He directly pushed up the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and pressed it forward. The Yin-Yang Lotus Sea intertwined with black and white Yin-Yang light. It was like the primordial Yin-Yang Qi. It was shockingly powerful. Baiziki's body intertwined with lightning as the tyrannical might of the thunder god surged. With a punch, a large patch of lightning appeared and struck towards the 3 guardian spirits. Buzz! Baiqiu stepped forward. The lunar origin glowed, and a circle of dark light swept out, pressing forward like water ripples. However, the 3 guardian spirits were too strong. Even though the 3 of them all had king bodies, and their battle prowess was peerless among their peers, they were still forced back in the instant of the collision. Because Lin Tian and Baiziki were at the very front, they both coughed out a mouthful of blood. Baiqiu's expression changed. Are you all okay? I'm fine. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Baiziki shook his head, indicating that Baiqiu did not need to worry. He raised his hand and released an even more powerful divine light of thunder, attacking forward. Lin Tian summoned his immortal sword and performed the towering Heaven Sword scripture with all his might. The sword light slashed straight at the 3 guardian spirits. Lord Crocodile is here too. Whooshing Crocodile leaped from Lin Tian's head. Its demon body expanded to 3 feet, and the 5 colored wings on its back flapped, releasing a large patch of murderous light. Now, it had entered the connecting immortal realm again. It was the 2nd time it had reached the connecting immortal realm, so its combat power was naturally very strong. The 3 guardian spirits' eyes were emotionless. Their attacks seemed slow, but they were very sharp, tearing apart all the murderous light. Damn it, it's so powerful! Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Baiziki took a step forward, and the power of thunder surged. At this moment, he propped up a black iron seal. Immediately, a tyrannical Tao might surged out, and a seal radiance appeared, pressing down on the 3 guardian spirits in a mighty manner. High-grade Tao weapon. Lin Tian's eyes moved. Baiqiu said, Previously, my brother and I accidentally entered an ancient ruin. This black iron seal was obtained from that ancient ruin, as well as some other treasures. In addition, there are also a few extremely powerful secret techniques. Lin Tian understood. He had once inquired about Baiziki and Baiqiu's whereabouts from the clairvoyant. At that time, the clairvoyant said that the siblings had great luck. Now that he thought about it, it should be the so-called ancient relic. He took a deep breath, and a light flashed around him. He summoned the divine fire cauldron, and at the same time he propped up the Tao weapon stone plate that he had taken from the stone god clan saint. High-grade Tao weapon? 2. Bai Qiu stared. My brother and I entered that ancient relic and narrowly escaped death to find a high-grade Tao weapon. You have 2? Where did you get them? Not only her, but Baiziki's eyes also flashed with some light. Just luck. Lin Tian smiled. He drew out the divine fire cauldron and gave it to Bai Qiu to protect herself. He propped up the Tao weapon stone plate and attacked the 3 guardian spirits with Baiziki. Watch Lord Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile shouted and propped up a treasured pot. It was also a high-grade Tao weapon that he had used to withstand the immortal ascension tribulation. In an instant, for high-grade Tao weapons swept through, finally giving the 3 of them and the crocodile some confidence, although they were still at a disadvantage when facing the 3 powerful guardian spirits. The situation had more or less taken a turn for the better. Boom! At this moment, a vibration came from the gap, and then it was shattered by a strong force. Yin Qi surged, and the 5 old corpses stepped in one after another. There was no color on their faces, and they looked very horrifying. Damn, these 5 idiots, they actually chased us here. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed immediately. Lin Tian and the other 2 were also moved, and their faces darkened. It was also at this moment that one of the 3 guardian spirits stepped forward and attacked the 5 corpses. At this moment, the 5 corpses interweaved with shocking Yin Qi and met it together. It seemed that they only knew how to kill. They were not just chasing the 3 of them and the crocodile, but also the guardian spirits here. Boom! 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 In an instant, the scene here became chaotic, and the 3 guardian spirits were restrained by the 5 corpses. These 5 idiots have become our saviors. Wuxing Crocodile stared. Even Baiziki and Bai Qiu revealed strange expressions, and they were slightly stunned by this scene. This is a good thing. You guys help me protect the surroundings, and I will open the path. Lin Tian on Dao. Baiziki, Bai Qiu, and Wuxing Crocodile nodded, and each stood in a corner, protecting Lin Tian behind them. Lin Tian did not hesitate. The dragon pattern on the soles of his feet flickered, and he quickly disappeared into the ground. He squatted down and formed a seal with his right hand. The dragon pattern gathered shattered light and stuck to the ground of the karst cave, slowly and carefully breaking the ground one by one. Boom! 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 In this karst cave, it was now a battle between the 3 guardian spirits and the 5 corpses. Demonic light and corpse chi crisscrossed each other. After an unknown period of time, with a poof, a guardian spirit was torn apart, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. Damn, these 5 idiots are so powerful. Wuxing Crocodile stared. So fierce. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. The 3 guardian spirits were very powerful, but he did not expect the 5 corpses to be no weaker. They were like 5 nirvana ghost saints. Roar! 2 guardian spirits roared, and flames surged, drowning one of the corpses, burning it to ashes in an instant. Such a scene made Wuxing Crocodile suck in a breath of cold air, and even Baiziki's expression changed slightly. Luckily, the 3 guardian spirits did not spit out flames earlier. Even a high-grade Tao weapon might not be able to withstand such flames. The 5 elements crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. He then looked behind him and urged, "Kid, are you done? Hurry up." In front of him, 2 guardian spirits were fighting 4 corpses. Flames intertwined and corpse chi surged. It was indeed a little terrifying. Lin Tian did not say anything, but the dragon patterns he activated became even more shocking. They were densely packed and crazily spread underground. At the same time, the light of the dragon patterns on his right hand, which was pressed against the ground of the karst cave, became several times stronger. Finally, a light crack was heard. His right hand was pressed against the ground, and the surface of the ground shattered, revealing a cave with a diameter of about 10 feet, which connected to the outside. The cave was dark, and he could only see about 10 feet in front of him. Done! A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he said to Baiziki, Baichio, and Whooshing Crocodile behind him, "Let's go!" Immediately, he was the first to enter the cave. Whooshing Crocodile shrunk its monster body, rushed in quickly, and lay on top of his head. At this time, the 2 guardian spirits and the 4 corpses were fighting, completely ignoring their group. Lin Tian ignored it and said to Baichio and Baiziki, "Come down quickly. Brother, let's go." Baichio stepped forward and entered the cave. Baiziki was the last to enter. At the same time, he waved his hand and destroyed the cave entrance. In an instant, the cave became even darker. Dragon Ball. Divine item. Grandpa Crocodile is not satisfied. The 5 elements crocodile wailed and asked Lin Tian, "Speaking of which, kid, those few fierce corpses are very terrifying. If those few guardian spirits can't block them, then the dragon pearl wouldn't be snatched away by them, right? Don't think too much. Didn't I say before? Unless it's a chaotic realm expert. Whoever touches the Dragon Ball will die," Lin Tian said. "When I master the Dragon Burial Scripture, maybe I can come here and try to take it." "Then hurry up and cultivate the Dragon Burial Scripture, and get the Dragon Ball as soon as possible," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian ignored it. Dragon patterns intertwined and explored the path ahead. In the beginning, the cave led straight down, but it soon became parallel with only a slight curve. Lin Tian walked at the front. After more than 2 hours, he suddenly stopped and looked straight ahead. There, more than 3 feet away, a ball of treasure light lay quietly. It was about the size of a fist, intertwined with internal spiritual energy. At the same time, there was a strong wave of great Tao lingering around it, illuminating a large area of the surrounding space. This is a fragment of the Dragon Ball. Chapter 754. The treasure light was only the size of a fist, but the spiritual energy contained within it and the intertwined waves of the great Tao were extremely shocking. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Whooshing Crocodile, Baichio, and Baiziki all looked surprised. "It has the same aura as the Dragon Pearl." Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly grabbed the treasure light. "Dragon Pearl Fragment," he said, holding the Dragon Pearl Fragment. He only felt comfortable all over. The tiredness caused by the battle and using the dragon patterns to find the way disappeared in an instant. His whole person was indescribably relaxed. "Dragon Pearl Fragment." Baichio blinked and asked curiously, "That Dragon Pearl has been broken before?" "Maybe it was broken in the process of shifting. In short, this is a good thing." Lin Tiandao. He did not expect that a Dragon Pearl fragment the size of a fist would actually drop in this place. This was simply the feeling of picking up a treasure at night. It was just a Dragon Pearl fragment, so there would not be any great danger here. However, such a fist-sized Dragon Pearl fragment was extremely valuable. It could be said to be a treasure among treasures. "Let's go out and refine it," he said. Immediately, he continued to move forward, still using the dragon patterns to find the way. Soon, 3 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian was in front, walking to the end of the cave. "There's no way out?" Whooshing Crocodile stared ahead. Lin Tiandao said, "This means that we have already walked out of the range of that mountain." He condensed a light sword of divine power in his hand, shining with golden light, and slashed directly above his head. With a loud bang, the layer of soil collapsed. It was not very thick, and in an instant light shone down. "Let's go," he said to Baichio and Baiziki, then jumped out of the cave into the air. Baichio and Baiziki also jumped up one after another, and soon they were out of the range of the cave. There were plants growing all around. They weren't very dense, but they weren't too sparse either. Instead, There was quite a bit of spirit energy intertwined all around. It was very similar to the spirit energy of the Dragon Ball in the karst cave from before, but it was countless times weaker. We have already walked out of the previous mountain range. This place should be the center of the 9 mountain ranges. Lin Tiandao. He waved his hand and slashed out a sword light, breaking the surface layer of soil, and sealed the cave that they had just opened. The sky was not blue, and there was a hazy mist floating in the air. However, the atmosphere was no longer as gloomy and cold as that in the mine. It was more normal. Whooshing Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. Baiziki looked at Lin Tian and said indifferently, "After not seeing you for a few years, you have become more and more accomplished." Lin Tiandao glanced at Baiziki. "You're not bad, either." Baiziki snorted coldly and said nothing. Baiqiu glanced at her brother, then glanced at Lin Tianyi and curled her lips. "Brother-in-law and brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Brat Lin, hurry up and find a place to refine the dragon pearl fragment. This Grandpa Crocodile wants to climb to a higher level." Whooshing Crocodile roared. As for the brother-in-law and brother-in-law that it mentioned, no one said anything. Only Baiqiu blushed slightly, while Baiziki glanced at it indifferently. Lin Tiandao glanced around. Although the environment of this place was not too good, it was not bad either. There were no beasts around. He looked at a few slightly larger old trees. They were surrounded by greenery and could be considered a good place. "Let's go there and refine," he said. Immediately, he was the first to walk toward that place. Coming to a few plants, he took out the fist-sized dragon pearl fragment and squared it on the ground. It exuded a sparkling luster, and at the same time, it was intertwined with waves of Tao. "Let's refine it together." Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile was already impatient. It jumped directly from Lin Tiandao's head and came to the side of the dragon pearl fragment. Its eyes were shining as if it wanted to swallow the dragon pearl fragment in one bite. "I don't need it," Baiziki said. Whooshing Crocodile raised its head. "Brother-in-law, why are you being so polite with your brother-in-law?" Baiziki glanced at it, then turned his head away. Baiqiu explained, "Brother has recently been cultivating a very powerful magical technique. It is the secret technique obtained in the ancient ruins. It is not suitable for him to rashly improve his realm for the time being. I estimate that he will be able to truly master it in 2 months." Baiziki did not say anything and stood silently by the side. "I see." Lin Tian understood. When he was cultivating the second layer of the 4-symbol seal in the first heaven, it also took him a year. During that time, he didn't make any progress in his cultivation base. It's not that it's impossible, it's just that it interferes with his comprehension of the technique. Baiziki is obviously in the same situation. At the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the magical technique Baiziki obtained in the ancient ruins was not simple. It must be very terrifying. "I will protect you," Baiziki said and walked to the side. Lin Tiandao nodded. Although it was calm here, he could not be sure that no ferocious beasts would suddenly appear. If ferocious beasts attacked while they were refining the dragon pearl fragment, it would obviously not be a good thing. Now, with Baiziki protecting them, he was even more at ease. After all, Baiziki was very powerful. Not many people below the great Tao realm could do anything to him. "Let's begin," he said to Baiqiu. Whooshing Crocodile roared and directly operated the Beast Tao mental cultivation method to frantically absorb the dragon pearl fragment's spiritual energy. Baiqiu also operated the Bai family's mental cultivation method and silently began to cultivate. Lin Tiandao took a deep breath and operated the Sun Heart Sutra. Faint golden light interweaved around his body, making him look somewhat sacred. He operated the Sun Heart Sutra and absorbed the dragon pearl fragment's spiritual energy. Like before, he used it to refine his divine power and strengthen his body. It had to be said that the spiritual energy contained within the dragon pearl fragment was too extraordinary. It was countless times stronger than the Genesis vein essence. As soon as it entered his body, his flesh and blood could not help but twitch. He was a little surprised, but his mind was still calm as he seriously cultivated. Buzz! Faint golden light interweaved around his body, and his aura rapidly rose. Then, almost at the same time, next to his life source, the little guy in the egg let out a joyful cry, awakened by the spiritual energy of the dragon pearl. As Lin Tianyi absorbed the spiritual energy, it let out a soft squeak. It was very happy. Lin Tianyi could hear such a sound, or rather, at this time, only he could hear it. He couldn't help but smile. Immediately afterward, he calmed himself down again. The spiritual energy of the dragon pearl fragment entered his body, helping him to refine his divine power and strengthen his body. The spiritual energy was very gentle, making his whole body feel warm. At the same time, not only did the dragon pearl fragment contain powerful spiritual energy, but there were also dense Tao fragments. These Tao fragments poured into his flesh and blood, causing his flesh and blood to become more crystal clear and his divine power to become more vigorous. Vaguely, he felt the same feeling he had when he was comprehending the great Tao of nature in the third heaven. He was shocked. He immediately calmed his heart and began to merge with these Tao fragments. At this time, he closed his eyes, but he also felt that the world around him seemed to have changed. Everything became clearer. The earth was more solid. The sky was brighter. The air was fresher. The sun was brighter, and the mountains were taller. There were many Tao fragments contained in the dragon pearl fragment, so he naturally felt more than one kind of Tao. The Tao of turbid earth, the Tao of void, the Tao of flowing clouds, and so on. Of course, this was only a form of comprehension, and it was impossible for him to control these grand Taos. However, the benefits of this were extremely huge. It could allow his body to become more compatible with the various grand Taos, allow his consciousness to become stronger, and allow his perception to become sharper. Buzz! The golden divine light around his body became peaceful. It became much fainter, but it became even more full and round. At the same time, not only him, but Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu also had the same opportunity. Each of them gained a lot of benefits. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Boom! A strong wind blew. Wuxing Crocodile stepped all the way from the early stage to the third heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. Its eyes were full of powerful demonic light. Awesome! It howled. In the distance, a stone flew over and landed on its head. Baiziki glanced at it indifferently. Be quiet. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes, but it knew that this might affect Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's cultivation, so it immediately quieted down. Soon, another 15 minutes passed. With a buzz, a faint light appeared outside Bai Qiu's body. He stepped into the sixth heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm and looked more holy. This aura, why does it feel like the fluctuation of the moon? Wuxing Crocodile muttered. However, it didn't think too much about it and looked at Lin Tian. Bai Qiu blinked and looked at Bai Ziki. His gaze also fell on Lin Tian. Golden light lingered outside Lin Tian's body. He was still cultivating. At this time, the fist-sized Dragon Ball fragment had shrunk to the size of a thumb. Time passed, and another 15 minutes passed. The last thumb-sized Dragon Ball fragment was completely consumed. At this time, a powerful force rushed out of Lin Tian's body like a hurricane. It was very shocking. After a while, the hurricane calmed down. Lin Tian opened his eyes and clenched his fists. A bright light flashed across his eyes. Seventh heaven of the Ascension Immortal Realm. He muttered to himself. After stepping into the seventh heaven of the connecting Immortal Realm, he could feel that his divine power had become more vigorous, and his physique had also become more solid. Because of the existence of the great Tao fragment in the Dragon Ball fragment, His divine sense had also become several times stronger, and his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Bai Qiu. Their cultivation levels had also increased, and the aura they emitted had become stronger. We found them, and our cultivation levels have also increased. This trip was not in vain. Wuxing Crocodile shrunk its body and lay on Lin Tian's head again. It said leisurely, "Kid, you can go out now." Lin Tian looked at Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki. "Let's go. There are all kinds of traps in the 9 mountains. It's not easy to get out. My brother and I have tried many times, but we haven't succeeded." Bai Qiu frowned.